We'll call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda? Councillors Berry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that the February 27th, 2025 special meeting agenda be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. The only remarks that I'd like to make is just for the public's awareness that today is the first of 2 days of budget deliberations, and I want to congratulate all staff who've worked on their budgets and come in, with the best possible documents that you can, and good work. Hopefully we won't do too much hacking and slashing. We'll add. If we take away, we'll add. Anyway, well done and thank you. Before we get into the individual departments, I think we might hear a little bit of a statement from the treasurer.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll just actually go over the overarching report that I prepared in reference to the budget. The 2025 draft budget is presented at this point with a levy increase of just over 7%, which equates to about $470,908 in additional spending in comparison to 2024, and works out to a tax rate increase of 5.66%. We know that we're going to have these discussions over the next 2 days, so these numbers will quite possibly change. But at this point, we're looking at a $21 increase for every $100,000 in assessment for annually. So it's a very minimal increase. The township did realize assessment growth of 1.24%. Unfortunately, MPAC still hasn't completed their full assessment, but 1.24% assessment growth can be used or is used to offset the costs. And 2% of that, we also have a 2% CPI or consumer price index at 2%. So you're looking at 3% of that's the 7% increase being offset and or kind of dictated to us as well. So we did see an increase in policing, about $44,000 effect on the budget. And then we had other increases locally and third party, which included things such as the new creation of the short-term rentals budget and benefit coverage increases and municipal insurance cover increases, which is about 10%. And then we did include a 2% increase in wages. And then we did have a new item on the budget, which is the Hawk Lake Landfill mobile truck service, which is a considerable increase in our budget as well. So there are varying projects within each of the departments. I will let the department heads actually speak to those projects. I did highlight them in the report, but basically, the other thing I actually want to touch on is that we had anticipated a reserves decrease of about 35% in 2024. At the end of the day, we're at 15%. And right now with the budget that is being presented, we're looking at 11% reduction for this year. So between last year's reduction of 15% and this year's 11%, we still haven't actually met 35% that we anticipated in 2024 at budget time. So we're ahead of the game on the reserve side as well. So as I said, we'll discuss this budget over the next couple of days. Our department heads are here to present their department information, and we look forward to working with council and preparing a final draft or a budget that works for everybody.
Any comments or questions for the treasurer? I will say the one thing that does concern me, although you you've said we're in a relatively good position about reserves. I'm always concerned that we don't have, I don't like to see decreases in reserves, given the fact that it seems the costs for everything are going up and projects just cost more and more. But anyway, we'll have an opportunity to talk about that. So first up is transportation. Good morning, Mr. Thorne.
Morning, Mayor and Council. First off, for Public Works, I would just like to say thank you very much for your continued support over 2024. And as we move into 2025, we look forward to working with council and head of staff on all of our projects as we move forward. So we're pretty excited for this year. To get right started into transportation, I can answer any questions that come up, of course. I will hit on some of the key items in transportation as we go through them. But one of the main changes that you will see throughout the entire Public Works budget is that in our projects and planning, we discussed a foreman's position. And we've also added in two other positions, which are our seasonal maintenance worker and our roads operators seasonal position. Currently, those two positions are seasonal. We do them winter and summer, and we've been doing them for quite a long time now. We recognize that we would like to switch these positions to a full-time position. We do see the benefit of having the full-time staff, and if council chooses to have that happen, then we would be no longer hiring seasonal workers for those positions. Between those two positions that we're proposing and the foreman's position, all of those wages have been set into all of the cost centers throughout Public Works' budget. Okay, so in transportation, some of the key items that I would like to bring forward on this here is our tire reserve or tire replacement reserve. We did start that last year, and it was under, most of the time, it was under large equipment and repairs. We've actually moved that into supplies and materials for most of the equipment. So it's just a bit of a house cleaning change for us in the budget. In addition to that, last year we started a maintenance program where we were recognizing the ups and downs in our budget as the years went on when we would have to make repairs to the equipment. So last year was our first year, and council may recall the conversation at budget where it was a bit of an increase last year to try and get us to a level playing field. Now moving forward, you can see our budget is almost identical to last year with a small increase, because we've built it in such a way that we shouldn't see large increases in the transportation budget based on equipment repairs. Having said that, we may see each piece of equipment might have a unique repair, and one that I can bring forward for this year's budget is our tracked excavator. The undercarriage has to be repaired in it, which is something that we knew would come down the track. No pun intended there. So it's just one of those repairs that has to happen, but we wouldn't budget for it every single year. So you'll see some small increases. In addition to transportation, we have also added an additional enclosed trailer to our fleet. The trailer was purchased at the beginning of this year, and it will be put into service as soon as the snow is gone, and this will be for our maintenance equipment. So our maintenance tractors and our maintenance crew will be able to have an enclosed trailer that is secure, that they can take around to site, and basically a mobile toolbox for them while they're on site. In addition to that, under transportation, there really isn't much else that jumps out at me. So if there's any questions regarding transportation, I would be happy to answer.
Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then Councillor Berry.
Thanks. I've got three questions, but maybe I'll just do the first and then we'll
Yep.
rotate as you wish. And perhaps an easy one. Bear Lake Road, in our previous conversations in previous years, we talked about following the expenditure on that. And this probably is maybe a question more for the treasurer, because I've already spoken to her a little bit about it, but just for the clarity, how does Bear Lake Road fit into this budget, and how do we how do we track it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Bear Lake Road is a cost center. It's its own cost center. So it is found within the roads operations because it's operations that we do to clean up and maintain Bear Lake, but it is its own cost center. So at any given time, we can pull those expenses related to Bear Lake one-on-one.
Go ahead.
Great, thanks for that. My next question has to do with the conversations we've had regarding getting ahead a little bit on the parking problem at the Hawks. And even just this year, trying to clean up that space and maybe do some angle parking, anything that can relieve the pain while we work on on what's coming, you know, maybe the year after or the year after that. Can you speak to how that's incorporated into this budget, if at all?
Through you, Mayor. So under the construction 2 and construction 3 line items. Sorry, under construction 2 and construction 3 of the line items there, we have Big Hawk parking lot and Big Hawk Road rehabilitation project. So currently staff have been working alongside an engineer. I'll let everybody get caught up there if they need to see some papers flipping. So basically, we've been working with an engineer to take a look at the road, and we have put in a budget here on both of these line items that will allow us to enter into works with the engineer to create conceptual designs for the increased parking. So for Big Hawk Lake Road, essentially from the marina to the log chute, we're looking at possibly rebuilding the road there. So if we can widen the road, change the road design, install stormwater management systems that will allow us to build a wider road to increase the parking is the one plan that we're working on. And then the second portion of the plan, or second plan, I should say, is what we're calling the log chute parking. And what we're going to do there is we've been back and forth a little bit with council on different ideas and different plans and the property that we own in the area. And we feel strongly that with our engineer that we can design potentially 2 parking lots in the area that will house as many cars as we possibly can put on it. So what I've allocated in here for budget is allowing the engineer to come in and give us designs that I can bring back to council in a report for further discussion and costing.
So there would be no physical change this year as per the budget as it stands?
That's correct. There would be no physical changes to the road. Yep.
Okay.
You said you had 3 questions?
I did, but one is kind of minor. I don't know if you want to take.
Might as well get them over with.
All right, okay. Let me just, there was some training, safety training in your budget for all staff. And I think the safety training came up to about 25,000. And I just wanted to find out, what is that? And is that an ongoing training, or it feels like an awful lot. And I wonder if this is a one-time training or something that we'll be seeing as we progress.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, so this is the second year we've had a $25,000 budget for training. And what that training consists of is sending our staff to, for this year, the plan is to send them to it's what's called the TJ Mahoney course, which is this year, I believe, is maintenance. They do a 2-year course. 1 year is construction, 1 year is maintenance. It's entry level into municipal works. So we have 3 staff members that will be going to that. It's the second year for them. In addition to that, we have snowplow operator training because we have had some new operators come to us. We always add that in to allow them to have the professional training that will coincide with the training that we give them on site. We're going to have grader training scheduled for this year. We have module training, which is a training that allows our staff to be fully trained in the safe operations of some of the equipment that they run. So excavator, front end loader, stacker for our winter sand. In addition to that training, it also covers hotels, meals while they're away. And then we do allow for miscellaneous training throughout the season as it comes up with other municipalities. Some of this training is specific to us. Other training is training that will jump on board with another municipality to help ease some costs on it. So to answer your question, yes, 25,000 is our second year, and moving forward, it will just depend on the staff we have, and as you know, everything is going up in cost, so we try to be as efficient as possible with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barry.
Sorry, you said in the beginning of your statement just that you've moved the tire reserve. Where did you say you moved that to? Is it in equipment?
Yeah, so through your mayor, under equipment, each piece of equipment has a supply and materials line, and then directly below it is a equipment line. Last year, it was in equipment. This year, we've moved it into supplies and materials. And the reason that I mention it is just because in some line items, you'll see that supplies and materials has been increased. And that would be the reason for it, is that we moved it into supplies and materials.
So sorry, with that, where in the reserves would it live?
So it's not its own reserve.
Okay.
It goes into equipment reserve.
Go ahead.
And then my second question is, it seemed like there was maybe a bit of an increase in brushing and ditching. Is that because some of that wasn't done last year, or is there just an annual increase in the cost of that?
So last year, we didn't get to finish all of our brushing, and sorry, not, most of our brushing was completed. We didn't get to finish all of our ditching. No, the increase this year is that we didn't have the big project that we had last year. So our staff will be allocated now more to maintenance of our road. So the ditching and the brushing will increase to clean our roads up, get them ready for the road construction that we have planned through the contractor coming and doing that.
Any other questions from council on the transportation portion? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I just wonder, in the spirit of seeing how we can trim where we can, the trailer wrap, which is such a beautiful concept.
Thank
I
you.
wonder if we could pop that into the parking lot. And I know it's not a high expense, but
Small amounts add up.
small amounts add up.
It is a question, and I would like to see it. I think it goes along with the branding discussions that we've been having, but it was something that I did earmark as just like, let's consider that.
Yeah.
Despite
look
it
at
being somewhat disappointing.
How much?
Pardon me?
How much was that?
8,000?
It was $8,000, yeah.
Okay, if there, I just for clarity, when you spoke to personnel and changing over from seasonal to full-time, and I see that you get under your personnel section, there's 3 categories. Can you just tell me, like, what does that equate to in additional full-time positions? And this is aside from the supervisor's position.
Through you, so you, Mayor, are you asking like how many staff we will have at that point, or?
How many additional staff? Like, I mean, because we've got 2 winter and summer operators, 2 winter and summer maintenance workers, and 2, and you're saying as well, hire 2 winter casual workers as additional. And I just kind of wondered, like, what does that equate to in
Yes.
more staff?
Okay, thank you. So basically what that will mean for us is it will not be a physical increase in staff than what we currently have right now. Except for the foreman. The foreman would be a physical increase.
And in essence, it's a replacement position to something that we had in place before.
The operator, the seasonal operators, that is correct. And the casual workers is, they will still be casual workers. We would still try and hire casual workers for the winter time. But the seasonal operator and the seasonal worker, we currently have those in place. They would be just turned to full-time.
Just got one more. On inspection of bridges, I'm just wondering if it's your plan to share that cost with the county or partner with the county on sharing of
Of course.
inspections? Yeah.
Yeah, so every year that we do an OSIM inspection, we try to go with the county on that procurement. This is the first year, this is the like in between year, because they only have to be done every other year. So we won't be anything this year, but I would imagine we'll be looking at working together with them in the fall for next year's inspection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And perhaps to the treasurer, and we had this conversation yesterday. Could you just explain, what does that mean in terms of new money? So we've got some reshifting of positions. Is there much new money required to fill these positions, or is it a conglomeration of previous positions just put together differently?
Thank you. Well, when you're doing the roads budget, a lot of the actual work is looking at the activities versus the actual positions. And because the activities could be done by any one of the staff, when you're doing the estimations, you do it on the top rate. So there is room within the budget, based on Adam looking at the activities to be completed for the year, that those additional positions, which actually only amount to about a month for the seasonals, because they're in and out and there's only a transition period between them, that those costs are actually incorporated and within those budget limits.
And does that include benefits?
Yes,
Okay.
because all of those costs, the wages are calculated as such with a benefit calculation as well, based on the activities and the total work to be done.
Go ahead.
Same services are not equating to an increase in the levy. It's just a reshuffling of people to provide those services.
Correct.
Madam CAO.
And I just want to clarify, I think, not sure if the one question you asked was answered completely, is the position of the foreman. It used to be a supervisor position that we had previously. We went to one supervisor and are requesting to go to a supervisor and foreman.
Okay,
So
thank you.
it is a similar position.
Councillor Barry.
And so with the seasonal positions becoming year round, will those positions now be available with benefit? Opposed to if they're just part-time, that wouldn't be the case. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on transportation? Seeing none? Carry on.
So the next line item I have here is just general overhead. Is that the next one you wanna?
I guess I was looking at, you know, in the binder, we've got separate sections for you. I'm not sure that any of us really want to go line by line or line items, but you know, we talked about transportation as opposed to, you've got other things like airport, cemeteries. So I guess I was looking at continuing on with, you know, a different portion of your responsibilities.
Of course. So the next one for me then would be the airport. Okay. Okay, so with the airport for this year, we have quite a bit going on, but as you can see that there wasn't an overly large increase this year in the works that would be taking place. And a portion of that too is because we've had a new coordinator start with us, so wages have been different there as well. So that was a bit of a decrease for us. You can see that council, when we discussed this last year, the sliding scale for fuel. So we'll be purchasing our fuel, and then we'll be trying to keep ourselves in line with other aviation fuel sales in the area. For work planned for this year, I have a couple of the bigger items that stick out for me is the the pedestals that we want to put in for the events that took place last year. So the fly-ins that we had last year, we had quite a few vendors come to the site, and there was a lot of extension cords and things running along the ground. So we'd like to clean that up by having pedestals installed that will have water and power on them. When they're not in use, they'll be disconnected, so it's not just a free-for-all for someone to come in and plug in. The second, or another project that we have in line there that we're looking at is crack sealing for the runway. There's some painting to be done, runway lines to be painted. Cutting the field this year again, we do that every other year beside the runway. On each side of the runway, we bring the tractor in and cut that. The card lock system. So we did bring that forward last year and unfortunately couldn't get to it. So this year we'll be addressing that. We'll be installing a card lock system with a security fence around the parking area. We'll be looking at removing the above ground jet fuel tank that's in the public side of the airport and moving it to the air side. Just puts it on the other side of the fence and has it more secure. The tree clearing project, this is going to be a pretty large one. We've been back and forth with the company dealing with how we move forward with this project because it is a rather large project. Through our OLS survey, it was identified that 26 hectares of property is affected by the OLS survey, and it does have trees that fall into the area that they shouldn't be. Essentially, the plan that I would like to take forward is that we will work with a company to look at the project, build a tender package for it, look at costing, and then we would come back to council for further direction on how we move forward based on the costing. Because like right now, we're estimating that to be in the neighborhood of $500,000 project. So what we want to do is look at if this project can be spanned over 2 years. Can we look at just clearing the ends of the runways first and then focusing on the other trees that are in the area? It's a bit of a project and it's a lot of moving parts to come into play. So the budget that I have allotted for this is $18,000 to allow us to enter into an agreement with Avion NG that will allow us to put everything together and have it ready for tender. It is a big project. It's a lot of area to clear. And the safety factors that come in if we don't clear the trees is pretty substantial as well. Unfortunately, this would be a large project for the airport that, like I said, could span over potentially 2 years. In addition to that, the Hangar D, we've been working on it with an engineer to put some costing aside, and we have a roughly $6,000 allocated to have an engineer come in and give us options on what we can do with the building. And then that would again come back to council for further discussion and approval.
I'm really glad to see that work's being done on Hangar D because to me, it's been sitting there for longer than I'd like, and it's lost revenue for us. So, you know, I think we might as well go ahead.
Certainly. Other than that, I mean, there's a couple other items that are just regular maintenance that we perform at the airport. And then training, to answer the question earlier about training. I have increased the training this year for this budget, and that will be for our airport coordinator to attend wildlife management training and runway surface condition training, and then anything else that comes along that we can get them in for. Like last year, we ended up going and having 3 staff go and do fuel handling training, which was an excellent experience. I don't know if there's any questions.
Sorry, go ahead. Councilor Berry.
Yeah, just going back one, in regards to the MNRF lease, what is the timeline for that to be, you know, increased or reevaluated? I know that when we initially started that lease, it was under like a certain time period. And I just wonder when that time period is up for renewal.
CAO.
You're pulling on my memory here. I think it's 20. Yeah.
And so when would that? count? That
Hmm.
kind of was like the beginning of my first term. And
That
At least another
was
10 years.
To go.
20. I want to say 2014. Yeah.
So another 10 years. So I do have some airport development things, but you know, on the airport proper itself, there has been a comment made, actually a couple of times that for events, we probably need some more picnic tables. And I don't know, you know, if we were to get a half a dozen picnic tables, sort of what the cost for that might be. And I apologize for not asking about that in advance.
That's okay.
But, you know, I just see that there's been a really, really good turnout and, you know, it's nice to have, some people want to sit when they eat, and some people just want to sit and watch the planes. And I think some of the picnic tables that we had in the past are maybe not in the best condition. They've been around for a while. Go ahead.
And if we're going to purchase new picnic tables, our best practice in the past is to do accessible picnic tables. So I know certainly Chris has purchased those in the past, and he might know the cost of them off the top of his head. I'm not sure. $800 each.
So maybe you could put that in the parking lot. Say maybe $5,000 or something like that, if we were to get a half a dozen. I did want to know, I see that we're looking at a replacement laptop and an iPad. I'm just kind of wondering about both. A laptop is fairly mobile. It's not a big ticket item. I just thought, you know, is there a specific purpose for having an iPad as well as a laptop?
Yes, thank you. So the laptop replacement is part of the schedule through our IT department. Right now, it's a stationary computer and it'll be moved over to a laptop. The iPad will certainly help with any inspections that the coordinator performs. So this will be something that they can take with them out into the field. Currently, all the inspections that are done on paper, and then they're brought back and either scanned in or physically put into another spreadsheet for tracking purposes. So this would eliminate the paper copy.
Okay, and I'm not sure whether it should be in airport or airport development, but I understand we need to do some work on the hangar roofs. Is that included in here?
That's correct, that we do have to, but that is not in this budget. No, through discussion with the CAO that we are waiting to hear back from the engineer on those buildings and costing for it. So until we know what that looks like, I wasn't bringing that forward in the budget. It will be a separate report to council.
Okay, so how do we deal with the additional costs for that? Because, you know, I'm hearing, you know, just anecdotally that there are some problems associated with it, you know, with the issues with the roofs, and I think we need to probably address it as soon as we can.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We have had extensive discussion on it, and it will likely be a hefty expense. And so once we know those costs, we'll bring a report back on a recommendation to either take from reserves, or we do have an option of putting through insurance. But we have to weigh that risk.
Okay.
So.
I'll look forward to hearing the options there. Any other questions from council on the airport? And this is not airport development yet, but airport, go ahead.
Actually, my question is about the airport committee. If
Okay,
that's all right. I see that the allocated budget remains the same from last year, but your activities have like shot through the roof, and there's some great fees coming in and donations. Like it's a gangbuster committee at the minute. And I just wonder, given that, you know, the total expenses this year were 10,000, but the budget for next year remains 2,500. I just wondered if I could find out, you know, how that works and whether the airport committee actually should have a bigger budget, knowing that the donations are coming in fast and furious during the events.
I love that question. No, actually, one of the things, and our treasurer can add to it, but we've had a surpluses at the end of the last couple of years, and so that has been added into, you know, the standard $2,500 for the committee. So we've been doing fairly well, and the committee is really committed to getting sponsorships and donations wherever we can, and that's gone a long way to help. I think, you know, if we continue to have the level of success that we've had at the fly-ins, that it may come to a point where we will need to consider that. But what I'm hoping is that we can generate enough revenue ourselves as a committee, that we wouldn't have to have any additional burden on the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. And the actual expenses are about $6,400 for the activities of the committee, which offset by their revenues of $8,300 is that $2,000 that we put back into the reserve to fund future. So although you see the 10,000 in your actual, that 4,300 is the contribution to reserves. So it's not really a true expense. It's the extra. So I feel like, as the mayor is saying, that the 25 is probably sufficient because they're really holding its own in by your donations and the fees that you're earning. We're seeing a surplus the last 2 years of the event. So I think we're okay with what numbers there.
Anything you want to add to that, Councillor Richards?
I agree with Jeannie. I think the 2,500 is sufficient. The airport committee has been doing a great job getting donations and we expect, and I'm expecting, that we get better this year with sponsorship. And I think our goal is eventually for these events to hold their own and not need anything really.
And we've also talked about the food vendors who have done extremely well. I mean, some of them have just sold out everything that they've had, that, you know, we might say, you know, okay, so there's a $100 fee or something like that, you know, to be able to make that revenue in one day. I mean, it's just one of the things that's under discussion. We're talking about all kinds of ways of improving our every aspect of the events. But thank you for that question. Anything else on airport? So, did you have anything you wanted to say on airport development?
No, honestly, Angie and I have been discussing some of it, but it's been kind of quiet for the past little while, just due to getting everything organized for budget. So I think if there's anything that comes my way question-wise, I can help out with, but I think Angie might have something on it.
Any comment?
Just as council knows, the airport development plan, we've been trying to get a consultant to update that plan. We've gone out twice now for it and have not been successful. We've had zero interest, unfortunately. So I did give that information to Adam and Kaylee to come up with some ideas on, you know, maybe Kaylee has some contacts that she could reach out to our consultant that we're using for the tree clearing and did our OLS survey. They might have some ideas as well. So we're still working on it, but it's been a frustrating process.
I'm glad to hear that you know, looking at different opportunities. I think we need to be a little more aggressive. There's a certain level of frustration, and this has been, I mean, we've been trying to do this project for a number of years now, and the committee is frustrated about that. And there have been some suggestions been made by the committee, and I've anything that I have heard, I've asked them to contact either yourself or Adam. Because there is one company that's kind of interested in it, but you know, they're just kind of trying to sort out what it is exactly that we're looking for. Even I'm not sure that they've seen the RFPs, but anyway.
Yeah, and if I may, we have not been contacted. We'd certainly be happy to provide that if they did contact
Well,
us.
I
Yeah.
passed that along.
Yeah, for sure.
I just wonder as well whether, you know, in the long-term view of things for airport development and our goal to, you know, make sure that the airport is operating in the black and and slowly, that the black numbers increase. I'm just wondering if we shouldn't be considering engineering for more hangars, just to be ready if there's any funding opportunities that are available. We already know where they would go. There have been some issues with, I don't want to say how big issues, but obviously a few issues with the hangars that we built. So I'm just wondering about doing some engineering, and the funds could come out of Airport Development Reserve as opposed to adding to the budget. So I'd like to hear thoughts on that. Go ahead.
I was curious with that, is there still a wait list for the hangars?
There is,
So if we've identified a need.
the same as for Hangar D. There's definitely been interest indicated in that, and we're, really looking to have some form of, as opposed to it not being used as just like a garage for airplanes, as a business. And there are several interested parties that have been continuing to ask about Hangar D.
Is that something that could go into the development plan?
Well, it's a replacement of a repair of an existing building. Oh, yeah, definitely. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I think I'd kind of like to see some cost recuperation numbers before agreeing to any additional expense. My thoughts on the airport hasn't changed considerably over the last 6 years. And I do think that, until we have a plan to bring it into the black, we shouldn't be putting money towards it when we have so many other things that we could be putting money towards that directly impact our taxpayers. And so I'm not saying I don't agree with that idea, but I think I'd like to see how we would recuperate that money from the leases before putting additional taxpayers' money into it.
Well, the money would be coming out of the airport development plan as opposed to being added to the levy.
Which is
In any way.
taxpayers' money still, though.
Well, true, but
Yeah.
it's there for those purposes. And we've consistently had not a huge waiting list, but a waiting list for years. And, we'd have people moving in here like right away. Now, I can see there, being some number crunching, but I'd like us to start looking at that. I had hoped to see us come to some agreement about doing some engineering, because I think there needs to be some changes. I heard something about the height of the doors here not too long ago, that there are some aircraft that have to literally tilt the aircraft to get it into the hangars. There's been problems with the roofs on them, and so I would just like us to be ready.
Do you think,
Not
though,
talking about building anything yet, just
but could we even put those numbers into this budget if we're just, is there any way that even if we wanted to, we could get those numbers into the budget now? Because we don't know how much that would cost.
I just go to
Yeah,
Mr.
if I
Thorne.
may. So through you, Mayor, I think what I'm hearing is that you would like to have it, like most of our projects that we try to work on and get them shovel ready. So we could certainly, if you were looking for a budget number for this year, it would be a matter of engaging in an engineer to have us shovel ready. So engineering costs because like you said, we do know where hangars can go. The property was built and designed for more hangars. The company that we're actually working with right now to look at the existing hangars is the company that engineered the hangars in the project to begin with. So we could engage them and have them take a look and give us a proposal on what it would take to be shovel ready. As far as that cost goes, it's entirely up to the table here, but we could take that out of reserve once they, if I can engage them and then they give us a price on that, I can bring it to council and then take that from a reserve.
Madam CAO?
That's what I was going to suggest, is that it's not if council gives that direction today, Adam can work on that to bring back. If it's coming from reserves, it's not something that has to be in the budget.
Councillor Richards. And then Councillor Berry.
I'm getting concerned with the costs for the airports in its future, especially hearing what I've just heard about the tree clearing project requirement numbers.
Keeping in mind, just before you go on, just keep
Yeah.
in mind that that's an operational cost versus airport development.
But it's a cost to continue to have an airport, period, regardless of what development goes on there. We need to find a way, therefore, to make this airport more viable, to be able to continue to keep it. Airport development is therefore critical for its future. So we need to move forward. I think hangars has already been identified as one of those areas. We already have a wait list. It's one way that we can start to move that number forward on gaining more income. So I agree. I think we should look at the costs to do so. It's fine to come from the reserves. The reserves at the airport are pretty healthy at the moment. But we really do need to put that push on further development there. And I don't know if that's something that if we can't get a consultant to do it, maybe we can do it more a grassroots way, working with Scottsdale County, working with the airport committee. They have a lot of good ideas on development there. And
Bottom
maybe
line,
that's
you
the
need an
direction
engineer.
we need to go.
We still would need an engineer, no matter who, you know, how we
Yeah.
approach it. And I'm thinking it's part of, it could be argued, well, you know, we really need to see the airport development plan before we do that. But in fact, we've already planned the area space and for additional hangars, as long as there's a waiting list. Councillor Barry,
Is it correct? Could some of that be done in-house? I'm thinking with our project manager, is that person not an engineer?
no. So how much time would it take to get sort of a ballpark figure of how much it would take to do a design for hangar? Or any alterations to existing designs that we had?
Certainly. So because we are working with the original engineer, they were the engineer of the building, they weren't the engineer. Certainly, we can continue discussions with the engineer that designed the building, and that is who we are working with now for the repairs. I can reach out to them this week and ask for a proposal. Now, the reason that we're waiting and I don't have pricing right now is for the roof repairs is because it's quite a project. So I would imagine this will be the same thing. So I think it's fair to say a month it would take to get a proposal put together for them to review the documents and then put some kind of proposal together to bring to council on what that would look like to have us essentially shovel ready.
One cheeky question. You're saying it's the same engineering firm or the same individual?
It's the same firm.
I'm sorry, Madam CA.
I just want to ask for clarity. We're getting a design, proposal for the design in preparation for funding.
To be shovel ready, basically.
Right.
If we can find funding to, or there is funding available, in different infrastructure pockets, that's the way I would like to see it go, as opposed to assuming the full cost for building new hangars.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Daya?
I would feel comfortable, much more comfortable, if we could crunch some numbers to figure out the full cost from engineering all the way through to completion. How much time would it take for us to recuperate those costs from our leases? Because this is still money that could have, could go to docks and landings, it could go to any number of places. And the average taxpayer is not going to benefit from the construction of that hangar. And until we have an airport development plan, we can't even go to our taxpayers and say, this is how it's all going to work out in the end. So I think on that basis, I would prefer to see some cost recuperation number crunching before we invest any money in additional things. Keeping up with the infrastructure that we've got, I understand that premise, but additional things there has to be a business plan for that, or a business case for that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's just that, we have committed to trying to ensure that the airport is running in the black. We're not far off of that. And there's we've got to, you've got to build things in order to, have revenue coming back from them. I just want us to have a general agreement that we look into engineering. That's it. Not doing any construction, but like how much is it going to cost for us to design new hangars? Period. There is money in the budget. It's not going to add to the levy right now. I know it is all taxpayers' money, but it's been identified specifically for airport development. I'd like other comments from other members of council.
I think once we get the engineer's report, we'll know what we can do and what it'll offset by. Right, but my
That's-
biggest concern is the hangar repairs. Is that gonna take another huge bite out of the reserve after the tree removal?
Through you, Mayor, potentially, like our CIO said, that if, when that comes back to council for discussion, it will be, the recommendation will be to either pay for it ourselves through our reserve or engage our insurance company and go through insurance.
So we've got tenants in those buildings and the roofs need to be fixed. And it's legislatively required that we do the tree clearing.
I totally agree. I'm just looking at how fast the reserve might deplete because of it, that's all.
Different reserves for tree clearing as opposed to talking about engineering for new hangars. Okay, well, we'll see what Adam comes back with then. Anything else in airport development? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
The contribution to reserve this year is put at 197,000 minus the amount that we would require for things that have been allocated from this budget. Is that right? I think I saw 119 somewhere. I still struggle with putting that amount of money on a yearly basis towards something that we don't even have a plan for yet. And I know the plan, whatever it is, it's going to cost a lot of money, but we haven't yet justified putting that amount of money into a project that we don't have a sense of yet. We've got so many priorities that do touch upon the daily lives of our taxpayers. That, and this is not a new statement. I've said it every year for the last 6 years, but I just feel I've got to say it again. I'm uncomfortable with this amount of money.
Well, I mean, I think that you might be saying the same thing. It's already built. It's not an additional contribution. It's built into the levy already. And you've already stolen 1 year's contribution out of the budget for other purposes in the past. And I would have a fairly strong argument about doing that again. It's there for a reason. We don't have very many opportunities for economic development and for growth in our community. We're a rather unique community when it comes to that. And as far as I'm concerned, the airport is one area where we can see growth, we can see economic development, and we need to prepare for that.
If I may, with respect, taking money from one reserve to put towards something else that directly impacts taxpayers is not something I would classify as stealing.
Okay, well, I will take back using that particular word, but the shift was made at your request and it was done. And I don't see that that's a healthy thing for us to continue to do if we have agreed and have agreed in the long run that we need to see development at the airport. It's why we needed an airport development plan. We could continue this discussion for quite some time and we're not going to agree. Did I see your hand up?
If I may, for this year, given the couple of projects we've discussed, and certainly I hear you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Diaz, I would recommend leaving it as it is this year, just because of the big projects that we've talked about until we know the outcome of those.
Leaving the contribution to reserves.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there's nothing further on airport development or airports, that takes us to buildings,
Streetlights is the next one.
streetlights. Oh, I was just looking at the main, the main budget highlights. See, here we go. Flipping back and. Anything on streetlights? Any questions or comments or concerns? Hearing none? Maintenance coordinator. Is that a hand up? Deputy Mayor Dayo?
Yeah, I guess my only question, it's with regards to this cost center and the project manager cost center is, do you feel operationally it's still required to keep them as individual cost centers, or is it something that we could build into the other cost centers just for general privacy of, because nobody else's cost center or nobody else's wages, benefits, etc. are broken out in this way, even though I know it's a matter of public record. Just wonder if we can start embedding them.
That certainly can be done. Basically, what would happen, they would be absorbed. Maintenance coordinator would become part of the public works wages, and then the project manager would become part of the admin wages. However, just on that note, building and bylaw, there is extra people in those, and planning, there is extra people. So yeah, these are the only ones, as you say, that are like person specific. So council's direction, next year we can incorporate them. You'll see a change because under maintenance coordinator, all costs will become zero, but those costs then will become part of public works.
We do have other circumstances where there's only one individual in a cost center. Really?
Oh, yes.
Waste management?
Waste management. Yes. My apologies, Melissa.
For consistency, that would also include fire with the training officer. If we're going to work in that sort of trajectory, it has to be across the board, I think.
So some challenges associated with that. And I see that Mr. Thorne has his hand up.
Thank you. I'm gonna just ask our treasurer that question. We have been around the bend a little bit on wages and how we allocate them during our discussions. Do you think that would, our plan for next year that we were gonna propose, do you think that would help with what's being asked right now?
I think it would, because the activities of the maintenance coordinator would then fall in under the public works. So yeah, it certainly, all wages under a certain department would be in one department, so it would be simpler. To your comment, Councillor Barry, fire services, again, we have fire training officer, we have fire admin, we have fire operations. If council so wishes, again, you could flow those all into one and have fire services. And it would include your chief, your training officer, your firefighters, and it wouldn't be specific. So it could do it. The only one, again, that would end up still standing all alone would be the environmental.
And would it
position.
be harder to trace costs if they're bulked together?
From like the fire service standpoint, no, because we can calculate the wages based on the positions and the firefighters. So that one is simple enough. Again, with Public Works, we are going to have a proposal for council, a new way of looking at Public Works. Shouldn't make a lot of change, but just the way it looks. I don't think so. It's just that council will have to be aware that the wage line under those centers will be incorporating more than one position, just as they are with admin, just as they are with building and bylaw. There's, two positions in each of those positions. So as long as you're aware of that.
I think there is a slight difference in the environmental manager's budget, because it is general waste. So there are other things that are incorporated into that budget, not just that person's wages. Like, for example, hazardous waste events are in the budget. Like there's other things. So I think that is slightly different, is what I'm trying to say.
I see the point about, it does identify individuals. I see I just want to make sure that by, making a change that takes us, across a number of different departments, that it becomes harder for us to follow and for the public to follow. I mean, because I don't necessarily, I'm sorry, I see our staff all as wonderful individuals, but when I look at the budget, I just think about the work that's being done, the projects that are being done, and you can see the person who's speaking to it, and I'm not sure if there's as much downside as upside. Thoughts from other members of council? Go ahead, Angie.
If council would like us to go in this direction, perhaps we can kind of look at it and see what it looks like for next year's budget. We've got some time to.
I'm not hearing that council wants us to go in
Okay.
that direction yet, though. I'm just, looking to hear from other members of council. I see your wheels turning.
My wheels are turning, because yes, right now it's simple, but then it's going to be just with everybody else, which is the way it should be. Right? There's staff in each department, so to separate it, to me, I get what Deputy Mayor Day is saying. It's just it's a wage in that department. It doesn't need to be separated.
Councillor Richards, I'm sorry, that didn't compute very well in my head.
My tendency is to go with as much transparency as possible, while also protecting everyone's privacy. I don't think that it can be equivalent for all positions. It just doesn't seem possible. But I think the maintenance coordinator, certainly that should be rolled up in the public works. The fire training officer, though, I'm not sure that fits somewhere else specifically. So I think we're kind of splitting hairs. And, certainly I think staff are capable of making that direction going forward into next year.
Councillor Berry.
I think I could sit on the same page of that. I think maybe just for this discussion, just taking this position, the maintenance position, and moving it into public works wages. And I can see having the training officer different, because some of that is training, not just with our municipality, but sometimes it's involving other municipalities. So to break that out, I think is probably good. And yeah, I could probably sit the same way with the environmental coordinator as well. So I think as far as my feeling of change, I could see just the maintenance coordinator being put into.
Okay, when you said I could see the same with the waste.
In same with the fire, I could see having them separated.
And bottom line, it doesn't have any impact on the budget.
No.
So can we agree that for now we will make the change with the maintenance coordinator, leave everything else as is? And Councillor Richards? Okay. Okay, next is the Dorset Museum.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So with the Dorset Museum, we did finish up our big project last year, which was the roof, which was a great project to complete on. So you will see that the budget is a little bit less than it was last year. But as we move forward, we still have some property repair to do to the building, replacing lights, drywall, painting, things of that nature. The committee looks like it wants to do 2 seasonal radio stations, the Heritage Day, 2 Cottage Association ads, and then the short film in the evening. Other than that, I could take any questions.
For my purposes, I did, and I've already asked this question, but I see the budget refers to a garage project. And I did kind of wonder about that, but from what I understand, that's actually the little cottage that's there, not actually a garage.
So through you, Mayor, no, so we called it the garage project, but basically what we did was we started it last year and weren't able to get to it. But we wanted to look at the little building, the outbuilding. I'm gonna call it the outbuilding. It's not accessible. It's older. It needs a lot of work. It came forward because the committee wanted to put a foundation under it. So in true fashion, we would have to have an engineer come in and take a look at it. And through having someone take a look at it, it's a lot of work. So we put together two options to either, what would it take to fix up the current building and make it accessible and safe to use? And then, or build a small garage, a storage garage beside the building that would be ground level, large garage door and heated and accessible for all of their storage items. So we've been back and forth a little bit on it, and we were just going to be continuing on with looking at options that would come back to council.
Councillor Barry and then Councillor Short-Reed.
Yeah, I support that reserve, like with the addition there, we've pretty much taken most of the reserve that was quite healthy before. So that's just trying to sort of replenish that reserve, so I support that.
On the question of gazebo, I don't know where this project is at, whether there's been any discussion with Fleming about a gazebo. I know that it's, you know, something that the committee really wants to do. I think there needs to be, you know, some agreement made about who's going to lead this particular project, and we've spoken about that. And if somebody from the township staff is going to take a lead and supervise this, I mean, I don't know if it's going to go ahead this year or not. I see that, I'm not finished. That we need to put some wages in here for supervision if it's in fact, you know, our project manager. Madam CEO?
Yes, Brian has been in touch with Sandy McKay. And we will be reaching out to Fleming if he hasn't already.
Okay, because it's getting, you know, time is going by really quickly, and if they've got only room for one project in a year, we need to find out where we stand with that, and if there's any financial impact. Councillor Barry?
Yeah, I actually just had a Dorset Museum meeting this week. They have been in touch with each other. There's a great working relationship between Sandy and Brian. And my understanding is the project will quite likely be in 2026.
Okay,
I think what's happening this year will be, I think there's a slight minor variance that maybe needs to happen with the location and possibly maybe putting down a pad this year. So I think they're going to try and break it into two projects.
okay, and where would the money come from for the pad? And there again, we need to include wages for supervision of that.
I assumed it would come under special projects, but that was my understanding.
Councillor Short-Reed?
And I also think the Friends are fundraising for the whole project.
Mhm. That wouldn't be in this budget.
Okay, as long as they're coordinating the work
Yep.
through our project manager and there's discussions taking place, that's good. Any other comments or questions about the Dorset Museum? Okay. So next is the Stanhope Museum.
Again, there is a decrease on this budget for this year. The projects that they have slated are very minimal. You'll see that there was, the wages for staff was reduced from last year based on the projects that are coming forward. And if there's any questions, I can answer.
My only question about that was I know that there is a plan to paint the false windows with some sort of mural. And now we're talking about an artist. And I'm not sure that we've got any idea what that might cost. I mean, we've got painting the exterior of the building as well as doing the murals. And I'm just concerned that that's not enough. And I'm not quite sure offhand what they've got in, what have they got in reserves? Pardon me? Okay. That would manage it.
I would suggest that the committee, if they proceed with something like that, could then request council's consideration to fund it from the reserve.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Counselor Barry?
Yeah, and it's in the budget, but it has, I have advocated that I would bring to council the allowance for the gardener contract. This was in their letter. I think I've talked about this a couple of times, but they've allocated $2,500 for a contract in the event that they cannot find a volunteer.
And that's included in
Yeah.
this, okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, health and welfare. Nothing. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, Stanhope Library.
So
Any comments about the library?
for the Stanhope Library, it's pretty straightforward. The biggest items there for this year will be the ongoing lift inspection, the accessible lift that is in there. Now we have to complete 2 lift services and 1 inspection throughout the year. But that was all able to be captured under the other services within the budget. So if there's any questions.
I just shiver when I see door replacement. Any other comments about the library? Just one quick question. Was there a new ramp built at the rear of the building, or is that still in the works?
At the rear of the building, no, there isn't a new ramp there. The maintenance staff have gone through and fixed it up and put a handrail and cleaned it up. But because it's not the accessible ramp anymore, it does not need to meet the accessible requirements. Therefore, they were able to do some renovations to it to clean it up and have it ready for any kind of material that's being brought in. But the accessible ramp at the front of the building was rebuilt last year, and then now it meets code.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Barry?
Sorry, that question just triggered my mind in going back to Stanhope Museum. I believe I did bring up at one time, not an accessible entranceway here, but if there could be some consideration for either a handrail to get into the building or just an easier access for some of the volunteers. There's just quite a large step up, and sometimes the gravel can be a challenge to get in there. I just wondered if there was enough money in here that could make that happen.
Yes.
And it's been.
Good answer.
And it's been considered.
Yes,
Like,
I've
it's on
had
your radar.
conversation with our maintenance coordinator, and we'll be looking into it when the snow subsides.
When you can get to it.
That's it, exactly.
Thanks, Counselor Barry. So next is cemeteries.
So from my perspective of the cemeteries, it's pretty straightforward this year. We did install some gates last year that in some of our sites that we would like to install again, some more gating. It's been really helpful to keep the vehicles off the property, but still allow people to walk in and still view the cemetery. So that's been really good. The green burial site at St. Stephen's is still ongoing. We will be back in there again this year, finishing it up and getting it organized. Other than that, again, if there's any questions.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
A question perhaps for the clerk or the treasurer, with apologies, because it just occurred to me now that I don't know where revenues from plot sales gets written up. Do we get to see that?
If I may, no, the plot sales and that go within the respective cemeteries and fall under the cemetery bank accounts and those. This that we show here within our budget is our expenses in relation to them that we fund from the township.
So it's not another source of revenue, another fee or anything like
They
that?
fund their own activities within their cemeteries and it has to go through the cemetery accounts.
Interesting.
Madam CEO?
But to your point, does council see those? Yes, when the auditor provides the financial
Okay.
statements.
I'm fabulous choice and job done on the fencing at Maple Lake Cemetery. Looks great. Good choice. Um,
Sorry, I wasn't the one that wanted to pick that. So our CAO and her decorative tastes were brought in to consult for that. So
well, from a female perspective, and you are looking at a number of females, I think it looks pretty good. I did want to ask if there are any gates or fencing that you're thinking about for St. Stephen's at all?
for St. Stephen's, yes, there is just one P gate is what they're referred to as. And that, so we've all been there. If you drive into the parking area, there's one lane that goes straight forward. That's where the P gate was gonna go.
Okay. I'm wondering, I guess it was my understanding that it looked like the planting that was going to be done at St. Stephen's was going to be covered. I just want to make sure that we've covered any of our costs associated with that, with respect to supervision or any thoughts on that?
I would suggest yes. And the keeping in mind that we had applied for funding as well. For the planting.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, there would still be some costs on our part, I would have thought. As long as we're covered. Anything else about cemeteries from anyone? Okay, next is the Dorset Health Hub, and that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I was just
Have
gonna
we
say,
had the official request from them yet?
to be honest, I have not, unless Angie has.
They usually give us a written request for the contribution.
They did forward something, but
Something?
a request, and I'll forward it to you.
Okay, no, I can't. Any questions, comments about Health Hub? Hearing none? The Dorset landfill, we're into landfills. Pardon me? So have we covered everything under? Anything else, any questions that anybody's got for Adam? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Councillor Barry.
I do think after the 50% decrease in cemeteries, I do wonder if there should be some line item on materials for like.
Lisa.
Sorry, back to cemeteries. I do wonder if there should be a line item for materials, even if it was just $500 or $1,000 for future planting.
Go ahead.
That doesn't go here.
Okay.
That's paid out of the cemetery accounts.
Okay.
Where the plot sales pay for any expenses in the cemetery. So you don't budget for that.
No, I'm thinking more of like the entranceway, this possible granting. If we don't receive funding, is that a project that we will not continue with? I'm just wondering if there could be money allocated for future plantings.
Sorry?
May Sarah.
Yep.
Hi, Council. So through you, Mayor, the grant is covered labor. And if they don't, then we will bring a report back to council and we can fund it through operations. We have a good, healthy balance in the operations. And we also implemented a non-resident rate this year. So that stuff will help build our operational to be able to fund those types of projects. So I think operationally, we're okay to have that section up and running.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I just would like to get back to the Hawk Lake parking again, one more time. And I wonder, and I put this to, Madam CAO as well, what would the implications be? If council really wanted to see some kind of physical improvement along that strip for this year, what, I know that, there is a lot going on in the department. So what would the implication be if council really wanted to see that go through.
Something to temporarily alleviate the concerns that are there.
Yeah.
One of the suggestions that has been raised in the past, and I'll come to you, Adam, is that we consider some angle parking there instead of people parking horizontally along the side of the road, which would make a lot more room for parking, but I'm not sure that there's enough road allowance there for us to do that. And I don't know if we have the answer to that.
So what we could do there potentially is, if we were gonna go the route of angle parking, then we would have to sign it and we would have to bring in, our building bylaw to make sure that our, sign bylaw would allow for something like that. But we certainly could set that up for angle parking only versus parallel parking. But, as you're all familiar with the site, that was only one small portion of what we could do there.
yeah.
We can't do any kind of angle parking, basically from, how can I explain it, the rock cut to the log chute. That's that whole section. There's nothing that can be done there unless we were to take the ditches away, fill the ditches in and create parking. But you can imagine the challenge that will bring. So in the area where cars can safely park in that side parking, I'm gonna call it, angle parking would be something that we could put in place right away with signage. Other than that, in that area, there really isn't a lot that we can do until we rebuild and redesign that whole road section.
So you're saying simply with signage, no equipment work, no actual on the ground work?
That's correct, because there's no room to put anything. And that's why when we started this project last year and I started looking at it and trying to figure things out for what we could do up there further, like on the actual road, is we have to put in drainage. We have to put in catch basins and curbs and things of that nature so that we can widen the road. We have the room to widen it towards the rock cut. And if we were just simply to fill the ditch in and put a couple culverts and, do a makeshift, option, it only allows for maybe 10 cars. We're redesigning the entire road and creating potentially parallel parking or angle parking where the ditch line is. It will increase the ability for us to have more vehicles parked there. Where the flat spot is, where the cars already park off the road, the only thing we can do is put in parallel parking signs, angle parking signs and enforce it. There's no construction work that would be required there on the short-term basis to increase parking.
Which keep needing to push MNRF for acquisition of land. And I'm afraid that if we did some, sort of stopgap work, that it might just cause more confusion, more trouble there. I don't know that for sure. Councillor Richards, I'm sure will have some wisdom to provide.
Yeah, so respectfully, right now, from the marina up to the rock cut, which is a perfect way to describe it, it already is angle parking. It is not used as angle parking in the winter because when the snowplow comes through and the snow buildup, there's not enough room for it to continue as angle parking without impeding the road. So it's only in the winter that it turns into parallel parking in that section. In the summer season, it is already angle parking. From the rock cut over towards the log chute, you can't make it angle parking unless you do those fixes to the road to widen the road. There's ditching, deep ditching there that would require to be filled in and culverts put in to redirect the water flow. So it's not that simple of a solution. It would require a lot of work. That doesn't mean to say that I wouldn't like to see this go forward tomorrow. I live there and it's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Well, we've all recognized that, when it comes to areas of concern, that's at the top priority. I mean, we know that. But it sounds to me like there's some design
So
work. God, I just think of, if we added up all the engineering costs, scare us all.
So what I would like to see is if there's any possibility we could maybe allocate some funds there that if we could get that engineering report and RFQ done any quicker at all, we could move forward within this year. I don't know if you think that's possible though.
Through you, Mayor. So it's my plan that once council approves budget, we've already been in discussion with the engineer. They're basically ready to go when I say, let's move forward with the proposal. So, or the drawings and the design. So, next week, the week after, when council approves, Friday afternoon, we can certainly reach out to them and get them started on this. And as soon as they can get me something, then I will be back to council with a report on the design and then further approval. From that discussion, I can certainly meet with our treasurer and our CAO to come up with some ideas on funding for this. So that in that meeting, maybe it can be a wholesome discussion of picking the design and how we would fund it potentially. From there, it would be the work that our staff in-house would do is bare minimum on a project like this. So this would be straight up to a contractor and who we can get on the time. The in-water work would be a huge delay, which I don't see that being an issue for this project. There's really no in-water work that's required, to my understanding. So it would just come down to putting a tender out and having a contractor come in. So theoretically, if it went through pretty quick, we could probably see something completely done this year. But we may see a 2-year project, again, surface treating being the last portion of the project next year, but all the groundwork done this year.
Just so you know, that we will likely, I think the earliest that we're likely to pass the budget would be at next week's council meeting, because I think that we would have a report come back from the treasurer for that. Great, Madam Treasurer. Councillor Barry, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
So in this budget, there is money allocated for the plan, the engineer, possible purchase of property?
So your mayor, no, for this, we would not be purchasing property. Now, all this work would be on our own property. And the budget has allocated in it enough monies to put the design together, to have the engineer come up and have it essentially shovel ready for a bid, like a proposal, or sorry, a tender or something of that nature, yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, it won't necessarily mean that we have to purchase Crown land, but rather have a lease agreement with them, which might be something that we can arrange sooner than we could any formal acquisition, which is, I think, the direction we want to get working on this. So, Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I anticipate we're going to have a conversation pretty shortly on where we might save some money in this budget. And if it's possible to use the allocation, if we are able to trim that, if we could put it directly towards this, I think that would probably be my priority. So that I don't know what the numbers would come up with, but I'd love to see that happen this year if we can.
Well, I think we're hearing that can happen
Yeah.
this year. And I think that also our goal is to find some savings in the budget. I know that there will be some switching, from one place to another, but you have to keep that in mind as well.
And just in closing on it, I guess I just want to clarify that there's 2 projects that I'm scheduling for the Big Hawk area, and it's the road redesign and then the parking. So currently the township does own property in the area. It's been identified as our property. It would have to be surveyed. But simply there is locations for us to potentially build on our own property without having to acquire land. Now, having said that, those properties are right around the log chute area, not right up near the marina. So just, and then further here, for both of these projects, the costs that I've allocated here is the pre-engineering surveys, the conceptual design and drawings, and construction cost estimates. That's what the costing will be for the engineer to put together and then come forward to us.
Did I hear surveying in there?
Yeah,
I heard you
there
say
is
we
a
need to do.
pre-engineering topographic surveying.
Okay, good. Councillor Sherry?
I agree with Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dayu that I'd like to see as much as possible go to that parking. I think it's
I think
We're all on the
we're
same
all
page.
on the same page there. Councillor Barry?
from council and staff, it sounds like all of the pre-work is budgeted. But is there any money in the budget if the project goes forward to actually do the work?
Through you, Mayor, I have not budgeted anything for work to go forward because simply the cost is unknown. I'd love to say that I can come up with a number that I think it would be worth and the engineer, but at the same time, once we start bidding this,
You gotta be careful with that.
It's, yeah, we have to be very careful with that. Now, through this discussion, I have set aside, funding for a reserve, for bridges. And now our treasurer can help me out with this, but I mean, that would be new money for this year is the reserve. So there is a reserve, bridge reserve that I've put in, which I think $60,000 for bridge reserve. And I've also allocated 50,000 for the parking reserve. So, I mean, there are some options there for maybe further discussion, holding off on a bridge reserve until next year, using that. I'm just throwing ideas out at you for parking lot maybe discussion.
But where are we with bridge repairs that we're required to do?
So the bridge repairs generally falls under the annual operations. Each year we assess them and then we do repairs as needed. For the reason for the bridge reserve was that Deputy Mayor, you brought this forward asking for if we could install or if we could implement a bridge reserve. So when I calculated all of our bridge reserve, or sorry, all of our bridge work, how much they were, how much each replacement of the bridge would be, it fared out to be around $60,000 that we'd have to put away every year from now until the first bridge had to be replaced. So again, skipping a year is not ideal, but you know, this is the first year for it. If you want to move funds around to try and save some, we certainly could move 60,000 for the bridge reserve, knowing that we would start that again next year potentially.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Dayu, and then we'll go to the treasurer.
I think that's all great parking lot stuff, you know, and at the end, when we see where we've trimmed and everything else and shifted around, but I think that's a great idea for parking lot.
So you're changing your priorities from bridge reserve to parking lot.
Apologies, our budget parking lot. The parking lot of budget items to be discussed
Oh,
at the end. I understand the confusion there.
So you've got that identified as something to continue to
It's certainly
consider.
something to consider. The other thing is council could simply leave it in the bridge reserve at this point. Council has the direction to remove it and change it at any time. So you would establish your bridge reserve, we'd see where we proceed with the costing of this, and then at that time, we can reallocate it. I wouldn't suggest automatically reallocating it to parking at this point until we know the full extent. Council can do that at any time.
Well, we'll just leave it as an item for a little bit more discussion when we're done. Any other questions for Adam? Thank you, sir. We are about to take a break. 15 minutes and then we'll delve into the world of waste management. We'll call the meeting back to order. Next up for our discussions are environmental services. Welcome, Ms. Marie.
Much for
Thank you.
Did you call for this, Sunshine?
I was going to thank you for it, so you can take
There
the
go.
credit.
Thank you.
Do you want to do a brief overview and then each site?
Sure.
I'll just sort of highlight some of the projects that encompass all of the sites. They're allocated funding wise in different places, but looking at a move towards a digital IID and some digital data collection is something that we've been working on for a number of years, and that has impacts to each of the sites as well as the general budget. And on the digital side of things, scale software as well. You will see a change in our equipment rental charges, and that is we've incorporated in a vehicle rental cost for the replacement of the vehicle that's used for waste management services. So that's $1,000 across each site. So 6,000 in total for the year. That's just, it's a new charge that hasn't been seen in our budget before. And as with most things, you know, contracts, our site attendant services, the adjustment this year is a CPI adjustment. So it's just the cost of living. And that affects some of our contracted rates for construction and demolition hauling primarily. So those are two that are just affected by reoccurring changes. So that's a good start there. And go with Dorset first. So not a great change in the Dorset budget. Most of the additions are additions that have already been budgeted for. So they are contributions from reserve to cover that. And that's the generator replacement, expansion of the blocks for bunkers and storage areas. The digital is the one new expense that's in there, not a significant one. We budgeted $1,000 for just the hardware for that.
Any questions on the Dorset landfill? Hearing none. I guess next is the committee. Any questions about the committee? Deputy Mayor Dyke, excuse me.
The committee over the last couple of years has shifted away from doing specific events for which they would need to purchase this or purchase that, to be looking more at general communications, at education strategy. When it hits the table, any support in reviewing policies like comprehensive zoning bylaw or whatever it might be, but it's much more digital or conceptual or policy oriented rather than the old way of doing it, which was to buy this or buy that for this event or that event. And I don't see that changing, to be honest. I think that's where the advantage of the committee lies, rather than in small individual purchases. So my question is actually whether we should still continue to allocate 2,500 to the committee, or whether that could go towards the environmental reserve. Because if there is a major thing that the committee would like to do, it would probably be drawn from the environmental initiatives reserve rather than their own budget, because it would probably be for a facility or like a municipal facility or something that has to do with township assets that they have recommended rather than their own thing.
Thoughts about that? I mean, my only thoughts would be, I'd hate to see you cut yourself short if there is something that you decided, along the way somewhere that you wanted to buy. But I mean, if it can come out of environmental reserve, I don't know what difference it would make. One comment about the Environment Committee, I think that the committee needs to remember that you can't expect the staffer will always be the person who goes to an event to spread the good word. That the committees are volunteers and that, they need to think about chipping in that regard. Because there's, I mean, although it's not, doesn't live here, the committee might decide that they want to participate in something and somewhere else, Melissa's wages have to be, or the waste management coordinator's wages would have to be allocated.
Duly noted.
Did I see your hand up, Madam CAO? Any comments about that? Councillor Berry?
I support what Deputy Mayor Dayu is saying. I wouldn't want to see it completely deplenished, like even if we kept $1,000 in there, just in case there is a project that we want to take on. And
Thank
it's
you.
already in the budget, like I would support $1,000.
I see the treasurer's hand and then Ms. Murray's hand.
Well, from my standpoint, I'm thinking you could leave it in as is, and then with the direction and thought that at the end of the year, if it's unspent, we'll move it to the reserve. We haven't done that
works.
traditionally just because it's a minimal amount, but if council so wishes and directs that, it can go specifically to the environmental reserve. And that way you've got the room either way. If it doesn't get spent, it's still going to a good cause.
And you don't have to add it in a subsequent year because the thinking has changed. Ms. Murray,
We were on exactly the same wavelength. That was exactly what I was,
okay, any other comment about that?
like it.
We'll go with that. General waste.
So general waste starts to see an interesting shift that we have in our budget, which started last year and is continuing this year. And that's due to the transition of the Blue Box program. So our expenses at each site are reducing because our haulage costs are now part of the Blue Box transition. But on the same, our revenues have decreased, but the revenues come out of the GDIS budget. So that decrease in revenue there is that transition. It's just the shifting in those expenses and revenues. So not a huge impact on the budget in any way, but it does account for some of that increase that you see here is the decrease that would have been started last year. The additions in the G disposal budget are the digital ID system. So it's not a significant expense that's here. And as I had mentioned at council before, the RFP for a standalone ID system was not successful. And now it's looking at a reworking of that and going back to the digital working group and rediscussing that. The next project that's in line there is Scale software. So initially we had looked at digital ID being an add-on to the Scale software. So that would be the suggestion that I would have to go back to looking at that. And that will hopefully reduce the cost, and the cost will just be an addition to the Scale software, which is in the Maple Lake budget. One cost that's part of this is if we wanted to go to a permanent ID card instead of the paper cards that we've had. So to go something that's more, robust, a plastic card that could be mailed out, there would be an expense to that. They would be, customized for each property, and that individualization process would add some cost there.
Like what kind of costs?
So the cost for actually generating the cards was about $5,000. Now that would be if every property received a card. There's certainly, if people chose to go to digital cards, then that could be reduced. And that's something that, I'd like to come back to council with to make some decisions on of how you'd like to see that roll out. And whether it is a mailing of a card to everyone, or we can opt in or opt out, those are all options that are sort of on the table for that would help, reduce that cost. And for the people who want to use digital ID, they don't necessarily want to have a card. anyways, it would just, become waste. So it might be something to consider along the way there, whether it's just a survey or something like that to see how many people are interested in one or the other.
Thoughts on that? Councillor Richards and Councillor Barry?
Right now, can a person just take a picture of their landfill card and use that?
No, they
What are
can't.
the implications of allowing for that in your eyes?
The challenge there is that you can go online right now and find a picture of the card. So it negates the whole ID process that cards are only issued to property owners. So there would be no value in the card at all if it was accepted in another format.
Go ahead.
Could the card not have like a number on it, identifying it, so the picture would, be
Yep.
of some sufficiency, rather than just a generic picture? Sure.
If I may, through you.
Okay, go
Mayor?
ahead.
Yes, that's exactly the goal of the digital ID would be that it would be an ID, so a unique ID for each property. And that now if you use it digitally, it's on your phone, then it's still attached to that ID now has value to, to the property. So it doesn't, you wouldn't want to transfer it to someone without your knowledge.
But isn't that something that would be rather simply done, not requiring very expensive software?
If I may through.
Yeah, Go
yes.
ahead and just automatically answer.
Certainly, I think it can be. The ID system that we had put an RFP out for was a much more robust system, very customized, lots of options for integrating with other systems, reporting features. So, and I mean, it would have been wonderful, but it was, well over budgets and quite an expense. It might be something to work towards in the future, but for the simple, being able to capture identification, a barcode is all you need, and then a way to capture that data in a database of some kind. So that's there are some fairly straightforward ways to do that. There's also the option to integrate it in with scale software, because they would essentially be using the same database of property owners. So the softwares, that I've looked at have had options to do that. And that was actually one of the sort of things that brought about the idea of having that user management, was because it was something we could integrate with the scale. I wouldn't say 100% that it would be integrated with the scale, but that might be an option. Otherwise, I think looking at a much more cost-effective option would be there.
Just to follow up on that, how many vehicles would you say our landfills turn away every day that it shouldn't be there?
Good question.
It wouldn't, it's probably a daily occurrence, but not 10 a day. It's probably 1 a day. And that is also because we have worked hard with training, attendance, and worked hard with our residents to ensure that people know that they do have to have their cards. They do need to show them every time. And then, we do have the cottage kits. So if someone can prove that they're, at a residence that's in Algonquin Highlands, that's an option for them. If somebody comes in, without a card, and we can accommodate them, we certainly try to. It's not in anyone's interest to turn away a resident. How many people we get who are from entirely, in Dorset, it's fairly regular. We get people from the district of Muskoka, at Oxtongue, people from Algonquin Park are fairly common. Down Maple, there might be, 1 or 2 a month that come from Minden or something like that. I would say with the ID, the digital ID, the ID is one component of it. The other is that there's a lot of value that we can achieve from the data that we can collect. So we'd have time of use data. We would eliminate our paper recording of vehicles and bag counts that now have to be manually input into spreadsheets. So all of that would be captured right at the point of contact. And, we could even, look at things like, how far people are traveling to a site, how many times a month does the average resident attend sites. We don't have any of that identity data captured at this time, so there's much more sort of robust information that we can collect from that.
One more follow-up on this particular subject.
Well, I just want to say that at Roma, Halliburton County was highlighted for the digital IDs coming forward as being the next greatest thing because of that data capture abilities of it. And that data capture is something that this council has been seeking for a while so that we can make, better decisions when it comes to waste management here, especially with the costs and trying to drive down the costs of waste here. So I'm definitely supportive of trying to move in that direction digitally. It's just, again, trying to keep those costs reasonable and low when we spend so much money on waste.
Well, making sure that we're still looking after people who are not into the digital world. Councillor Barry and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I probably sit on the other side of the world. But I support the system for the data collection in principle, but I do think it should be voluntary. As long as it's not mandatory, I have my support.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
To follow Councillor Richards' point about, how many people maybe get through who have to be turned away or whatever it might be, that's for me an example of how we could curtail the potential misuse of the sites. But on the flip side of that, there's the advantage that the digital ID offers, which is those multiple generation, for example, households who don't want to share a single card in order to get things to the landfill. I know a number of people who, as the kids are going back to the city on a Sunday, please would you take this bag to the landfill? Oh no, I can't because I don't have a card. I'd have to mail it back to you. So the digital ID would really enable people to use the landfill in services in a far more effective way as a complex household. And I really, really support that because we do hear that quite a bit. So it's a new feature that we're giving to our taxpayers as well.
I'm just kind of grinning because I think most households are somewhat complex. Go ahead.
If I may, add to that, there's a significant cost as well, and it's not something you see in the budget because it's a cost of staff time to accommodate, I lost my card, I need 6 cards for, or I'm calling and I'm not sure if I'm in Algonquin Highlands or not, all of this sort of complex, and it is a significant, amount of time on my time as well as our treasury admin staff who are at the front desk and having to deal with that. So that's just a small bonus to it. And just to address Councillor Barry's, I think from a user perspective, like for you going to the waste site, your experience wouldn't be any different other than showing your card, just showing it. Now you would show your card and the attendant would scan it. So the form that card's in is entirely up to you, your choice of how you would like to present that.
Do you have a thought that you want to convey?
No.
I've mixed feelings. I mean, to me, it's if you see that there is real and true value from the information and you can collect it, that it takes us further down the road and is worth the cost of doing it. I guess I can see the value in it. I still want to make sure that people do have that option, that they're, we're not going to complicate life for seniors or anything like that. So any other comments on the digitization of cards? Anything else on waste, general waste? Go ahead, Councillor Richards.
This isn't so much for Melissa as it is maybe just in general, in how we display things. I notice like other services, it's quite a high amount, and I'm not suggesting that all of that isn't valid, but to show it in other. And I see that throughout the budget. We have a lot of categorized as other. And when we are looking at the budget, we have the comments section and the ability to quickly ask staff any questions. When the public sees it, they don't see that. They just see other. And these are significant numbers that, you know, are being questioned by the public for transparency on where's this, all this other money being shuffled to. It doesn't look so good. So I'm wondering if we can work on changing that going forward.
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. It's hard to break down and do a separate GL for every type of service because where there's a type of service in waste for other services or considered other services, there's a different type of service in another department considered other services. So it would be difficult to separate it out by a specific, because GLs or the general ledger is set up that other services is found in every department. And so to that, it would be difficult. However, we do provide the comments in the in that section, and some actually put the dollar figures in for council's consideration and within the budget. And public is always welcome to come forward if they do have a concern in reference to other services or a specific, to reach out to us and we will provide them the full details. Additionally, when we do the budget highlights on the website, if there's a specific items that are within the budget that are considerable or are significant, we do actually reference that within our highlights too, so that they can see, you know, these are the costs that are covered under there. So as though it's not maybe on paper, but that information and that transparency is available to the public at any given time.
Deputy Mayor, do you and go ahead.
With regards to the hazardous waste events, what we see on the general waste page is the 4 events. The consulting fees for the potential mobile project, is that, where is that? That's at Hawk. Oh, that's at Hawk. Okay.
Sorry,
okay,
the
so-
consulting fees for the mobile, so that was the report that I brought to council previously about for a potential project in the future.
Yeah.
For the
there-
purposes of the budget, though, it's under the Hawk Lake cap.
No, that's actually in.
Oh, no,
in
sorry.
here. It is a $2,500 budgeted here. And it is. Sorry,
It's on this tab?
it is in the consultant services, yes.
Okay, okay, great.
Oh, I see.
Okay,
The
great. Thank you.
HHW.
Yeah, got it. Yes, good.
Other questions on general waste? I did have a question on the breakdown of, it wasn't clear to me on the breakdown of wages. If, for instance, your wages are broken out into different sites, or if it's just shown here, and where the attendance fees are identified. I'm assuming they're not listed as wages and benefits.
No, if I may, so attendance are, sorry, I've lost, are not in G disposal. Sorry, that's the one site that doesn't have any. They are called contracted services. Because that is a contract.
Okay.
And then wages are only in the general, they're not broken out. The administration wages are not broken out amongst the sites. Operators, so public works staff who are working within the sites, those are broken out to each site.
Okay, thank you. I did wonder about about under supplies and materials, event signage. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Sure can. So event signage, and this is something that's been it was discussed in regards to hazardous waste events and other events. These are waste related events. So to have better signage to make sure people are aware of them. So for, an upcoming hazardous waste event, a large sign that's at the road that people can see as they're leaving the site so that it reminds them that an event's coming up. So it would be a sign that we could change the information on a regular basis, but much larger framework than our standard. So looking at the type of signs that you might see, out in front of a business when there's a special, sale going on or something like that, where they bring in a sign for that.
So you would have a general sign and a slot where you could change the date. So the sign would work for different years.
That type of sign.
Okay. Any other questions on general waste? Councillor Barry?
Just in kind of returning to the conversation when we had the Environment Stewardship Committee. Here is a $2,000 initiative going into environmental initiatives. Since that's been in our budget every year, that has kind of lived there, but I'm wondering, would it make sense to just remove it here with the offer of any unspent reserves will go in and we'll just continue that way? I'm just thinking it's an easy $2,000 to remove right now.
Wheels turning next door.
You can certainly do that, but it is already part of the levy. Both costs are part of the levy. So it is actually already there. If you're taking it away, yes, it is a savings, you're right. But in the event we have to go back and put it in later on because of some initiative, you've lost that placed card.
Go ahead.
However, in our it's already gone into the environmental reserve from our unspent from last year, correct? Like we didn't have the money, so it went in. Or I'm trying to think of the timing of when our environment committee was set up in that.
No, as I spoke earlier, the environmental wasn't being transferred under the in committee. It wasn't being put in. It was just an every year expense. It would be falling under the overall surplus, but because of the amount, that 2,500 wasn't being directed to the reserve until now, and it will be. So going forward, you'll be putting in possibly up to 4,500 into the environmental reserve every year, which again goes to a reserve that is council's discretion to use as needed. So it wouldn't have to be only for environmental.
Does that answer your question satisfactorily or no?
Yeah, it's just my opinion. It's already, it is already a hefty reserve. We've already said that we will continue instead of putting money into the environment committee's annual budget, that we would go through there, but I'm fine either way.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I would personally prefer to see it kept. I think the environment initiatives reserve gives us some flexibility to do things that are probably unforeseen at this stage. For example, there might be a grant opportunity that comes up for something environmental, but we need to contribute a certain amount and boom, we can go straight to the reserve. It's there for us. Or say there is an unforeseen or foreseen consequence of climate change or flooding, and we want to increase our protection measures or whatever it is, we've got that pocket of money there for that. So I would prefer to continue to see it grow, knowing that environmental pressure is only going to get worse in years to come and not any better.
Councillor Richards?
I think I would prefer to keep it as well, because I mean, just this year we pulled from an environmental initiatives reserve for the green burial. So there are things that happen to come up that we want to do that we may not think of right now. And certainly we are seeing the effects of climate change on our environment, and things are happening everywhere. I mean, just this summer we had a launch that had to be repaired immediately because of unexpected erosion. So these things are happening, and I think we probably want to consider requiring more money be put into environmental climate change considerations.
I'm hearing leave it as it is.
If I
Madam Murray,
may, and I would just to expand on Councillor Richards, there is no budget essentially for climate change initiatives, but we do have some fairly lofty climate change goals. So it's just, I mean, it doesn't affect any of these dollars, but that is something to keep in mind, that might be an opportunity to use those funds for some of those initiatives.
and at the moment, the lofty climate change goals are being handled in the way that you described for the work that the Environment Committee is doing in education, information. Yes, okay.
Yeah, yes, they're being incorporated in our regular operational plans, so.
Okay, anything else on general waste? Moving on to Hawk Lake landfill. I will say, at some risk or displeasure of some residents, that with respect to instituting a new service for the Hawks, we have made a decision on this. We have rehashed and revisited that decision and agreed that we were not going to invest further. We've spent a lot of money on Maple Lake. I don't think that it is so far from most of the people in the Hawks Lake area that they can't access that service. We've heard time and time again from Councillor Richards that we're spending too much money in waste. And that's a pretty, I mean, that covers a heck of a lot of items, and I'm sure in your mind, but I would urge us to stay the course with the decision that we made on any kind of service specifically for the Hawks in that site. But having said that, I'll open the floor up for comments. Councillor Barry.
Yes, and speaking with the treasurer and Melissa yesterday, I said that the scariest number in this budget to me was the 764% increase of this line of this budget, because like this chapter in the budget, because of the stationary truck service startup costs. And to me, that percent increase
Screamed at you.
screamed at me, and breaking it down even further, that's almost a 2% tax increase on the levy, which affects everyone for a service that would not be a use for everyone. And even though it would mean that the people in the Hawks would have to now continue to come to Maple, their service is not cut. We're not taking a service away at this point. We've already made that decision because the landfill was full. So I just, when I look at the numbers, the tax rate, it's a 2% levy increase, which, that affects everyone who's paying their taxes and I cannot support it when I see the numbers and those numbers specifically.
Councillor Shortreed.
And I agree completely. The money needs to be spent on parking there. I think that's a much more serious issue at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Dagan.
I concur with Councillor Shortreed. That was my go-to as well. If we're going to invest there, I think the number one urgency has got to be parking.
Councillor Richards.
Absolutely. I think that a big priority for the Hawks is parking. It's a priority that has been set aside for a very long time. However, I do feel that by not doing this, and this is not really what the Hawks want. The Hawks want a transfer station. We're not giving them that either. I think we are ignoring the desires of our taxpayers by refusing to revisit this, refusing to move forward with essentially what they want. And I think that the mistake was done already in choosing to close it without turning it into a transfer station. And it's unfortunate that council feels they don't want to reverse that decision. But I do respect that you've all made that decision, and I stand alone.
Thank you. So I'm hearing a pretty much, can't say unanimous vote, but a hefty nay on any new service for the Hawks. And I do have to say that if you ask the entire population, I think the answer would come back that we are in fact responding to what a lot of taxpayers think is the best way to go. I know that there's a good solid population there at the Hawks that are not going to be happy. And they haven't been happy for several years about this. And I do want to add, I'm a little bit concerned about the comment that we have ignored this for years, because it wasn't ignored. There have been many discussions, different options looked at, work done by staff. It hasn't been ignored. I mean, it has kept coming up for discussion, and I don't call that ignoring it. You know, when you look at prioritizing things, you know, you have to look, okay, so do we look at the parking, which is a serious safety issue, or do we look at, you know, some new service in waste management, which is actually, we offer a good service in waste management. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think I saw Deputy Mayor Dayu's hand and then Councillor Berry.
I do think it is important to recognize that council has revisited this. You know, we've asked staff to put in considerable number of hours to crunch some numbers, to come up with a whole bunch of options, which we then narrowed down so that we could take a really informed decision on this, because we have heard that it's something that people were disappointed in. They wanted that decision to be reconsidered. And we've received the information. Staff has done a brilliant job in providing it. And now we need to make a decision. But the revisiting happened.
Anything else on the Hawk Lake landfill sheet? No, that was the big ticket item. Oh, sorry, Councillor Berry.
Sorry, I concur. I just want to put in my words. I do concur that it has been revisited. And just by the size of our binder, there is multiple things that we have to consider for the township as a whole. And I do support putting money into the parking lot up there because it serves the entire municipality. We have a cultural icon there with the log chute. There's, you know, several ways to get into the Hawks up there, like different boat launches there. And parking, you know, brings people to that part of the municipality for other reasons other than just for the landfill. So I would much rather see the money go into parking because it reaches a far greater part of our municipality. And as far as tourism goes, there's an economic impact to that as well.
Thank you for all your comments. Next up is the lagoon. Have I missed something? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but I just want to get clarity in case staff haven't got it either, is we're removing the mobile unit, which I got. Are we redirecting the full amount of that money to parking for a Hawk? Or
I think it's been identified that we're working on parking, that's been included in the discussions we've had so far. I would like to see it removed, the cost removed from the budget.
Completely, okay.
I mean, it may be that there will be something come up during the course of our discussions.
Okay.
Where we make a different decision, but that was my impression.
Okay.
Councillor Berry? We need to find some, I'm sorry, we need to find some savings here somewhere, and this is one place where I think we can easily agree.
Can I request that we remove the service from the budget, but we take that money and put it in the parking lot for a discussion at the end of the budget?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page there. Lagoon.
It just says, if it's any help, the amount would be 129,500. That was the
Bottom line for the
budget for the mobile service.
129,000?
Yep.
Where's the other? You've got 69,000.
57, 69, 3,000, and then there was some site work, so staff time was going to be put towards doing some site work, so I've just taken 500 out of that.
So, okay. 129, you said.
129, 500, yeah. Hopefully. That leaves a budget for that site of 18,750.
Okay. Lagoon.
The primary thing on the lagoon agenda is moving forward with the trench development. This isn't necessarily nothing contributing to actually development of the trenches, but this is still work going towards the purchase of the land and some of the site work that's needed just to ensure that we have the information we need for an environmental compliance approval amendment, and that we've had to make some changes to accommodate the ministry's request as far as purchase of the land. So that shifted the location that we had available to us slightly. So the testing that we had done a number of years ago just needs to be reevaluated. There are a few new test sites need to be done to just make sure that the land is congruent, like the conditions are congruent across the entire area.
So where do we stand with negotiations on the land? And would we be further ahead, or do we have the option of a land lease as opposed to acquisition of the land there?
We don't have the option for a land lease there, just because of the nature of the land use. So for the majority of it, there is a portion of the land that's needed for a contamination attenuation zone, a CAS. So that would be a lease. So that's a land use agreement. And that's not land that's actually being used for anything. It's just a buffer. So that's part of the property that's being considered there.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Would you kindly remind me, and you have told us this before, why we are still considering or required to expand our operations, including the purchase of the land, et cetera, given that our usage of the site continues to remain pretty low, and there's certainly no real income coming from it. So why do we have to expand? And I know there's an answer, and I know you told it to us before.
Absolutely. I equate this project as sort of putting a project in the bank that if it's going to be needed. So at this time, we don't need that capacity, but the capacity that's needed for the township to address our sewage management needs, should there not be other places for waste to go, the municipality has a role to provide that service. So right now, a lot of the pumping that's going on, the materials are being brought to private sites, which is absolutely fine. If those sites closed for some reason or stopped accepting waste, our residents may not have other opportunities. And it unfortunately does happen, a business goes, decides to shut down or whatever it is. We don't want to obviously leave, residents of Algonquin Highlands without options as far as disposal goes. So as much as we're not using it, it is important to have that capacity in the municipality. And if the trench development started because we weren't able to meet the needs of our community within the lagoon. We were having shutdowns and we were over capacity there. So that's what brought this project on board. Since that time, there's been less usage of the lagoon, but there still is that same growing capacity that exists in the community.
We're responsible for, so it's sort of a matter of readiness.
And that's why I say it's an asset that's being put in the bank. And the reason to continue on this process at this time is there is a time limit for how long, studies and that sort of thing are valid. So we would be at the danger if we put this all aside. We could, but we would lose all the value we've already put into it. So it's a bit of a finish the project up to shovel ready, and then we can put a hold on it at that point.
And do you get any sense, in your conversations with ministry personnel, when like land farming might come to an end?
No, other than it's not, not being approved any longer, and that is the direction that is going. But for sites that already have approval, to revoke, approvals is a bit of a contentious issue, I'm sure. So nobody, nobody's keen to do that. But if a site for some reason was out of compliance, that might be a reason why the ministry could say, hey, look, this is not a practice we're supporting any longer, so we won't, we'll ask that the site be shut down. So
Does that answer your concern? Okay. Any other questions or comments on the lagoon? Hearing none, Maple Lake. I would wonder how wages could be less.
I'm sorry, how wages could be less?
Less.
I would equate that to efficiency of our operators. So the site improvements that we have made management of the site easier, better, quicker. So they're not having to spend as much time on site as they had been in the past. So I suspect that,
Good answer.
as we make improvements and we are changing materials management, that will continue to reduce those costs.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments about the Maple Lake landfill? Councillor Berry.
Just in regards to the $50,000 going into reserve, it says here that that there's an annual contribution for bin replacement scale implementation. Is that the case with the $50,000, or are we also trying to build up the general reserve because of the work that's been done at Maple?
That $50,000 was identified when the decision was made of how to move forward with the Maple Lake redevelopment. So at that time, we looked at, a loan for that money or to take the money out of reserve. So the direction from council was to, take it from reserve and then $50,000 a year to replenish it over the next 20 years to get that back up.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on Maple Lake landfill? Councillor Richards. Do we always save the best for last?
Well, you gotta let somebody else talk besides me. I think, Melissa, I have a problem with the scale. I find that the scale is very expensive for what we get in return on it. And we've had some discussion about that. It seems to have ongoing annual costs. They're quite high. Right now, just the software implementation, $35,000. A canopy for it, ongoing annual maintenance. And I don't see that we're getting in return the revenue and tipping fees to really justify it so much. So I'm wondering if you could maybe speak to the rest of council about my concern.
Yes, absolutely. Just to clarify, the storage area canopy, that isn't related to the scale at all. That's addressing our hazardous waste, special waste collection area, where we have a temporary canopy that's been in place for a number of years, which is not very suitable as our climate's changing, and as well as taking a lot of staff time to maintain that. So looking at a more robust solution there. As far as the scale goes, the annual fees cost for it around $5,000 for maintenance, and that's calibration, which is required, and then rust proofing, which is optional. We wouldn't. That's about $1,500. It's not required, but I think as far as the the longevity of that scale is beneficial. The $35,000, that's software implementation, so that's a startup cost. So that's, loading all the data and getting the system on board. So those tend to be higher. The annual costs, I would anticipate being $5,000 or maybe $10,000, depending on the software that is chosen. So we'd definitely be looking at keeping that cost as low as we can. Tipping fees and revenues, it wasn't anticipated that the revenues from tipping fees would increase with the scale, but that they would become better in line with the cost of managing those materials. So when we were previously receiving materials, charging by the cubic yard, but management of those materials, we were charged by the metric ton. So we would quite often have a disjoint between the revenue that was coming in and the cost of the materials going out. So excuse me, there was a bit of a loss there. And that's just because assessing loads by the cubic yard is challenging, and it can be, sorry. It's a quantitative, it's a qualitative as much as quantitative. It's not as tangible as a scaled weight is. So now if we have a metric ton come in, we know the cost of that. We know the cost of it. We know what revenue will generate coming in, and we know what cost we'll have going out. So, sorry. The goal is to have that be a fee for service, not.
Take a moment.
Sorry. And not have the costs of tipping fee, the materials accepted at the site added to our levy.
In looking at this $35,000, I understood, and this is my own lack of understanding, I maybe should have called you in advance, that the scale is working now. That would not be the case if we hadn't already installed software. This is new and improved software, additional software?
Right. We're doing the scale's being managed manually now. So
Okay.
this is going to a process that's much more, again, we're back to data capture. Right now, tipping slip. Oh, I'm so sorry. Slips are handwritten, so either data has to be manually entered or it's not being captured at all. With software, we can have a much more robust data capture system.
If you, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
We're live. Okay, we're welcome back to the open session. So we continue on the Maple Lake landfill. And we were with Councillor Richards. Or were you done with your comments? Councillor Barry?
Just in regards to replacing the door and flooring, is that of the reuse it center or is that of the scale?
The other attendant shed, so
Okay.
the gate,
Okay.
shed.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Anything else on Maple Lake? Okay, next up is Oxtown.
Fairly status quo at Oxtongue, just some expenses for storage there. So currently materials are stockpiled simply in piles. We don't have any structure for them. So looking at bringing in some bunkers so that the materials again can be managed better, hopefully reducing our operator expenses at the site.
Any questions on Oxtown? Okay, yeah, then let's go to Pine Springs.
And Pine Springs, fairly status quo there, just looking at some maintenance. The attendant shed has some issues with the flooring there. The decking annually needs maintenance. And then just, working on our usual things, signage, storage, and typical annual expenses.
I know that we've had this discussion before, but I'm just wondering, based on actual use of the Pine Springs site, whether we should be thinking about the number of hours or days that it's open. I mean, it's not used a lot, and that I find a little bit concerning, going back to, the recently made comments that we're spending a lot of money in waste management, and while I don't want to see it closed, I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for a reduction in hours and what we might save if we did that.
The reduction in hours, the main savings there is on the attendance services, so the contracted services. All of the, maintenance, staff time, signage, those are all things that are required, whether the site's open for 1 hour or 100 hours. The site still has to be operated at that minimum. So the hourly rate, the hourly savings at that site aren't great. To look at, less days or just a seasonal operation certainly
That
could
would
be.
be my next question.
Yeah.
How would, if it was a seasonal operation, would there be some savings there because you wouldn't have to continue with the same kind of operational costs on a regular basis?
Yeah, and it won't be so much that you see it in this budget, but it certainly affects our transportation, our public works department. There certainly are many challenges with keeping that site operating in the winter. That road is tricky to access. It's a challenging part of the plow route to get to as far as our opening hours. And the site isn't utilized a lot in the winter.
Mhm.
Particularly, during the week, in January, there's days when there's been nobody there, one or two vehicles. There's probably some regulars who are there, rain or shine. But it is significantly low. Again, you wouldn't see much in here because whether the site's open one day or winter, summer, like the costs, we still have to have signage, we still have to have storage, we still have to have materials management. So those all still need to carry on, and those really are the bulk of the costs in this budget.
Even if it was seasonal?
Yeah, all those things would still, we would need them for the summer, but once the expense is there, a sign is a sign, whether it's used for just summer or summer and winter. So that's where I say, but the site attendance, so the contracted services, certainly that would be the one reduction that we'd see in that budget. And then maybe in staff, in the wages and benefits and equipment.
Other comments or thoughts? Did I see your hand up? Councillor Berry?
I feel like I'm not interested in reducing any of the service in Oxtown, given its geographical
No, this is
location.
Pine Springs.
Oh, Pine Springs, sorry. Thought we were talking Oxtown.
So
I'm on the wrong. On the wrong.
So what do you think about Pine Springs? Given what you've heard from Melissa? Or its use? Especially in the winter, like if you're seeing weeks where there's nobody there. Something we have to consider.
It's challenging, yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, on a heavy snowy day, you know, we see significantly less use at all the sites. So it's relative to that. But I could certainly, you know, it wouldn't help for this budget but planning for next year, I could certainly bring a report back to council with, you know, some details on costing and usage, you know, to evaluate for 2026.
Well, we are getting close to the end of the winter season. Aside from the fact that this is a landfill that is located in Minden Hills, not Algonquin Highlands, which I always find somewhat interesting, but still it's serving Algonquin Highlands. And it's only used by Algonquin Highlands residents, not by Minden Hills residents.
There is a handshake agreement with just a few residents who live on Pine Springs Road.
And does Minden Hills contribute to that handshake agreement?
Not at this time.
That's a new factor. Councillor Richards and Deputy Mayor Dayu, and
I'm wondering, would we be extending the life of Pine Springs if we, you know, temporarily closed it and then maybe we needed it later on?
No, because the waste still would go somewhere, so.
Somewhere else,
Yeah.
yeah, but would it help in that respect?
Pine Springs actually has quite a bit of capacity. There was a site expansion done there not too long ago, so that capacity is being utilized, you know, from the Dorset transfer station materials are going there. We are, you know, commercial loads we send there. So as far as the actual landfill capacity, I always look at it, we have a bank in the township of landfill capacity, and how it's used and spread will shift probably over time, just as our population changes as well as our usage might change. So I would just, it wouldn't extend, if it extended that site, it would reduce the capacity of another site. So I think they just offset each other.
I do think, and I know this has really got no impact on this budget, but I do think that, you know, given the fact that we have talked about and discussed, and we'll probably discuss again not too long from now, the different fees for out-of-town resident people using our facilities. I'm not entirely happy about a handshake agreement with the Township of Minden Hills if they're not contributing at all. I guess I would want to know, how, you know, kind of what the breakdown of how many residents from Algonquin Highlands versus residents from Minden Hills.
I mean, I could certainly include that information in the report. It is a reciprocal agreement, so
How so?
although we don't have Minden Hills residents using Algonquin Highlands sites, but there are agreements like that throughout the county. As just
You mean we don't have Algonquin Highlands residents using Minden Hills sites?
Yes, sorry, my apologies. But there are other concessions that have been made to accommodate some of the sort of unusual circumstances that we have in proximity to landfill sites. So.
I was just trying to remember who was next. I think it was Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Would you kindly unpack for me a little bit more the plowing piece? Is that road then a Minden Hills road, or is it our road? Are we plowing the whole road? And if we stopped providing services in the winter, what does that mean for the people who are on Pine Springs Road? I know I'm missing a piece.
So I would ask Adam to correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a Minden Hills road, but we do have an agreement to plow it. I don't know the details of that plowing agreement if we didn't plow the road.
My guess, my question would be, I'm gonna think about this for a minute. Usually when we have reciprocal plowing agreements, there's a trade-off. I don't hear the trade-off in this circumstance, but we might have to hear from Adam about that. Any,
The one thing with the Pine Springs Road is that just timing of having it plowed in time to be opening the site is the challenge. So whether it would be, I think it would still, the plan would be to continue to plow it, but it wouldn't have to be, on days that the site's open and at a particular time. So. I don't know if that-
are we in the weeds? Comments from yourself, Adam?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Basically, for Pine Springs Road, we always maintain the road that the trucks are out for snow removal, for any kind of winter operations, regardless of whether the landfill is open or not. It's something that we have historically done. Typically on the days the landfill is open, that's when we'll go in there and actually clean the landfill up and get it organized, just to help understand the operations of it. At this point, I haven't seen any kind of contract with Minden Hills. However, it's always been a standing order that we have maintained the road by grading, tree trimming, and winter operations.
And do they plow, grade, and tree trim any of our roads?
To my understanding, no, I don't think that they do any for us. I know Dysart, there's one section of Dysart does maintain for us on Irish Line. We don't have a contract with them. It's a small portion. I think it's 100 meters of the back end of Irish Line. But typically those agreements were put in place years and years ago, and it's just been a standing item.
So do we charge them an hourly rate for that, or we just do it?
We've always just maintained the road, yeah.
I think Madam CAO, did you have something to add to that?
I just wanted to add that it's, when Adam says years and years, it's years and years and years. Like I want to say at least as long as I've been here and more. So I want to say it's probably a 35, 40-year agreement.
That doesn't mean that it shouldn't be revisited, but.
I'm
you
not
know.
suggesting that. I just want to put perspective to it.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. Councillor Richards?
Yes, please. I think we need to take a look at that. But, I think Pine Springs is used quite a bit in the summer with seasonal residents in that area. So I think we're only looking at possible closure for the winter. It is a minimal savings, but it is savings, and we need to get as much out of our waste budgets as possible. Because I strongly believe we spend way too much money here. So
Well, and it was my intention that we look more to the seasonal. When looking at hours, that it would be like, let's not operate in the winter, but keep it open in the summer.
But another, I had thought that part of this service delivery review was that we were looking towards sharing landfills, like we do with the hazardous waste, where they can go to any hazardous waste event in the county. Possibly looking towards also being able to go to other landfills within the county. Is that
I'm
something
not
that's still
sure that
on the?
that's the case. Waste management is still on the books. And as I said, we are about to have some shared services or service delivery discussions in the near future. Actually, it was supposed to happen yesterday, but it got deferred to our next meeting, recognizing how much time it was going to take. There has been discussion about should the county be handling waste management as a whole. I haven't heard too much about, but there may have been discussions going on, with the working groups about sharing different landfills. I don't know that.
And Melissa might be able to fill in the blanks for me here, but the waste strategy that was done at the county suggested some sharing of landfills, I believe, for Highlands East and Dysart. But there was the rest were looked at, but there wasn't the value in that, and the sharing for those two wasn't accepted, is my understanding. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Richards.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to add that, you know, the consideration would be there that Algonquin Highlands has capacity in our landfills. And from what I understand, other municipalities are suffering in that regard. So I would hate to see Algonquin Highlands lose capacity and therefore future costs be borne by Algonquin Highlands that we wouldn't necessarily have if we didn't share.
Yeah, I must say that the word capacity, rang some bells in my mind that we need to keep that, consideration going forward for us and, how we look at overall operations. And for that reason, we'd have to have some real frank discussions with other municipalities about letting them use our capacity while we absorb the costs. And I'm not sure whether we're talking about enough money here to be having the, any kind of a major conversation right now about it. Although I would like to see a bit of a, you talked about giving us a breakdown that we might consider for next year or going forward. I'd like to see that.
If I may, one challenge with sharing is environmental compliance approvals are only for Township of Algonquin Highlands residents. That any waste accepted at that site has to be generated within the township. So we can't, we can't have an agreement. It's different for hazardous waste because those are run as mobile events. They are not covered by the ECA for the site. So that was what allowed that to happen. And if you recall, we just last year had completed the service review for looking at a single tier waste management. So that some study has been done of that, and we have been moving forward with some of the recommendations from the original service delivery review. As Angie mentioned, the shared agreements, there are some formal shared agreements in place between Highlands East and Minden Hills, and that's the only one that I can remember off the top of my mind. There may be one other, and I just can't remember the details of it.
Councillor Berry. So we look forward to hearing some more information about that. Anything else on Pine Springs? So I guess that really only leaves for us the issue of what was being proposed or talked about for hazardous waste. About hazardous sharing or mobile hazardous waste collection. And I didn't, can you maybe just say where that shows up in the actual breakdown?
The only expense that's in the budget for that is there's $2,500 in there, and that's just support, expert advice, consultants that we might need to call on to help with some of the logistics of it. What's needed for a mobile unit, how do we plan for that, what kind of ECA amendments we need, are there any special considerations that need to go into that given our operations. The goal for 2025 was basically to look at an operational plan for 2026. So the expenses would be considered for the 2026 budget. I will give that with the one concession that we do have, a fairly substantial budget for hazardous waste events. And in light of some very, very recent information, that budget may not go as far as we had hoped, but there's still some negotiating going on that I can't give you any details on. And my recommendation, if council agreed, would be to leave that budget as is and then to use it to its best advantage, whether that might be towards a mobile. I mean, I think we're committed to having events for 2025. I don't think we could get a mobile unit together in time, but it may be possible. And that would be looking at a combination of reserve funds and some of that operating budget. Might be looking at a combination of events. There's, you know, a lot sort of on the table there, and I'm waiting for some information to get back as far as confirming our costs for events this year. The contract for that hasn't been signed yet. And then I can bring it back to council.
Is that likely to have a significant impact on our budget for this year
Uh,
in additional costs?
If we went, well, like I said, there is some negotiating. I do see that it would be possible to move forward with what we have planned as far as the number of events, but it might be with a different, we might have to move to a different supplier. Or we might have to look at modifying how events are run, or we could look at going back as we did last year to reducing the number of events. So
You know, personally, when it comes to hazardous waste, I know $2,500 isn't a lot of money, but I think I've heard earlier that, you know, $2,500, every bit adds up. I think that we've shown, we've made considerable changes in our flexibility in dates, in the agreements with other municipalities. So now that there are so many more options for people for hazardous waste, I personally am not willing to look forward to any kind of a mobile hazardous waste collection services, but that is just my sole opinion. So I would like to hear from other members of council with respect to it. You know, I think we're doing well in the hazardous waste department, and this to me seems like it could be problematic and expensive. Deputy Mayor Day.
I respectfully disagree. I think there is ample opportunity to explore. We don't have the final numbers down yet, but you know, if a mobile unit could be shared with other, you know, with other townships, it could be that we're going to have more time for less money, especially with the potential increase in contractor fees, which are landing upon us literally these days. I'm not quite ready to call it until we know that what has been proposed as an option is really not to our economic advantage. I'm still hopeful it will be very much to our economic advantage and increase our days.
My concern with that, I mean, you know, accepted comments. My concern is when I hear the shared, you know, the acquisition of a piece of equipment or pieces of equipment and sharing it with other municipalities is problematic. And like, what happens if it gets damaged and who's responsible, and, you know, having to, you know, do it. I mean, the coordination is, we've got a master coordinator when it comes to waste management, but, you know, sharing equipment and acquisition of equipment, I see can be problematic. And I believe there is someone in the back corner of the room who might agree. Councillor Richards, and then, oh, I'm sorry, you know, it's the same. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hear what you're saying. But I think that those are the contractual details that would have to be meted out.
Well,
And
you know, I
it's-
mean, I'm seeing how we're only at $2,500. I mean, it's if it's council's wish that we continue to look at that, fine. I just have some concerns about it. Councillor Richards.
I think the goal is to try to save as much money as possible. And if we get the bonus of having increased days, that's great. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. What I'd really rather see is an elimination of hazardous waste in the township when so many retailers out there are responsible to accept hazardous waste. What people need to be is informed that they don't have to give their hazardous waste to the township, that they can take it to these retailers who have it within their program, they have it within their pricing. When you buy hazardous materials, you're paying an eco fee for the retailer to take it back and dispose of it. Why pay your tax dollars on top of that eco fee? We need to educate people that we don't need to be taking it here. Doesn't mean that we have to eliminate it. I think we're mandated to have at least one. But if we can reduce it and get those, you know, costs off of our taxpayers, that's where we need to head.
Thank you for that reminder. I mean, you brought that up once before and, you know, I do tend to lose track of that there are other opportunities and maybe that's a project for the Environment and Stewardship Committee to take on to sort of a did you know? Because I would be willing to bet that most people don't know that, you know, unless you're in business, you might not know that. Did I see your hand up, Counselor Berry?
I think one thing that definitely down the road could be considered is the fact that we have allowed access to the other landfills in the other municipalities, that we have increased our days.
Mhm.
So by further increasing our days, is that needed when we're already doing that? And is the use convenience or just people aren't using it? My one cautionary is by not having them or not having them accessible, where does that waste go? Does it just get thrown into your landfill and put into the landfill? That's my biggest concern, but.
I don't think that we certainly wouldn't, you know, forego, hey, you know, hazardous waste days. You know, I just think that there is a way, if people were aware and started to use other services, that there is a way for us to see some reductions. Anyway, we'll leave that with you and the Environment and Stewardship Committee to mull over. Any other comments about environmental services as a whole? Then I think it's time to break for lunch. We'll call the meeting back to order. Next, as part of our budget discussions is general government. Who's going to introduce us to that?
Well, I'm going to jump in on it, but I do actually just need to revisit council's decision with regard to the Hawk Lake services last on waste. The amount that Melissa has indicated is just the expense, and in that cost center, we actually had offset that amount with a reserve transfer of 19,000. So my thought is council really could reallocate that reserve transfer because the Hawk Lake Reserve monies will no longer be required if we're not reopening and we're not doing the service. That 19,000 plus the additional 8,400 that's remaining in that reserve, council could reallocate that to offset other environmental reserve or expenses that are
Or any
indicated.
other expenses?
Or any other for that matter. I know the concern is that, you know, environmental is a huge cost. It is about 14% of the amount to be raised. So it's just need council's direction as to how you wish you can take it out, leave it in the reserve for later use. But that 19,000 has to be addressed.
Let's put that in the parking lot.
Okay.
See where we land.
I think I already actually have it in the parking lot, but I will.
So that's 69 plus 27.4.
No. The 129.5 is already a savings on the expense side, but we had offset that savings in that cost center by a $19,000 contribution from reserve. So you can reallocate that contribution elsewhere,
Okay.
leaving it in the budget or remove it altogether. But either way, it's going to have an effect on the bottom line. So we do need to revisit that conversation.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Would you clarify what you mentioned about how environmental is a certain percentage of what is to be raised? I thought that the environmental contributions were already a part of the levy. So did I misunderstand?
They are part of the levy, but they're also portion of the, so I just took the total amount of that cost divided by the amount to be raised. It's not that it's specific. I'm just saying it's, if you were to look at, we're putting this much money, we're using this much money towards, then it would be, it's not, as you say, it's not necessarily additional. No. It's just to give sort of a perspective.
Counselor Barry.
So you're saying of the 129,000, 19 of that has come from reserve, so we would just have,
100,
yeah.
technically, yeah, your cost
Okay.
savings 129.5 really isn't a true cost savings because you have to take into the account the offset in
Sure.
amount. Unless you take that reserve transfer and apply it elsewhere. And then you're gonna see the cost savings of 129.5 for sure, but that 19 is gonna offset another cost elsewhere.
So potentially, I know we'll have this discussion tomorrow, but potentially we could just take the 129 and put it all into the parking reserve.
Correct.
Because you'd be, just be having a larger contribution to reserve.
Or
Yes,
consider it a savings on the levy.
Right.
yes. In that case, though, you would take that contribution from reserves of 19 and apply it elsewhere.
And
If you're reapplying it, if you're not reapplying it, it does change the scope. So we'll have to have that discussion.
and $66,000 is 1% increase.
Technically, based on last year's amount to be raised, 1% is 66,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry to revert everybody back, but I just needed that addressed. So we're moving into administration now. And there is a slight increase in our administration. Part of it is in relation to wages because we are proposing an additional staff member for our digital transformation coordinator, as a digital transformation coordinator. In that we are seeing lots of new programs and as council is aware, we are looking at a new financial software. And so this position would be very important in providing the support and contact information and so forth to proceed with these software changes. Going down, again, there is a slight increase under consultant fees, and that is again in relation to, we are scheduled to do an update to our asset management plan. And at this point, it'll be using a consultant service. We did look around at other municipalities that have done this process, and the $40,000 is kind of an estimated cost. We're hoping that with our size of our municipality that is going to meet our needs. The other item that is up is under software and support and licensing. And that is another number that is sort of dictated to us. Not dictated, but the county provides the budgeting for IT-based projects and so forth, and support and services and so forth. So this is our operating day-to-day, everything, support and services, which has seen an increase in 2025 as well. And then the other one that you're going to see a difference in is in the conference expenses. And that is just as things have opened up after COVID and there's been more lean towards actually attending in-person conferences. And plus the interest of the deputy clerk, deputy treasurers and clerk, deputy CAO and myself. This is anticipating the attendance at the MFOA conference, the AMCTO, and the OMAAA conferences during the year. And then the only other one would see is an increase in the contribution to reserves, which is based on, again, we have, under our asset management policy, council has agreed to do a 1% annual levy transfer or a 1% dedicated for infrastructure. So in relation to the amount that we are to be raising, or we anticipated or estimated at 7.1 million, there's an increase to 71,000 for that transfer to reserve for the infrastructure reserve. And other than that, not a great amount of changes.
Is it standard that we would be putting the asset management plan in admin?
We have,
Okay,
it's,
and this,
a reason it probably lives there is because of primarily the finance team is involved with I mean, obviously I go to the expertise of the department heads for their specific, but the process actually kind of falls under the treasurer.
so the same as the 1% dedicated to
Mm-hmm.
capital reserves.
Exactly, because it's all encompassing for the whole township, so that's why we have it living in admin.
Do you know what the other 3 municipalities have done with respect to the percent dedicated to reserves?
To my knowledge, they're around the same amount. It's kind of a lot of municipalities are in the same boat.
Because I know that there was a fair bit of discussion at the county about 1%, 1.5%, 2%. We landed at 1.5%, and I just,
I'm not aware of any others. I did see
Not that
the
we all have to
counties
be the
at 1.5,
same.
but I mean, that is totally a council decision. If direction is to do otherwise, we can.
okay. Okay, questions, comments? Councillor Barry?
Just clarification on what AP automation is. Is that accounts payable? What is that?
So that is the report that was brought to council back, I think, in December by the deputy team there. And it is to allow for an integration where instead of doing manual data entry for all invoices, it would be on an electronic way of bringing the information in, and also for the passing of the invoices for approvals and so forth to department heads and everything. It would all be done through an electronic software, automation software, basically. And that's what we've been investigating and hoping to put forward. It'll save probably a good 1.5 to 2 days worth of manual labor on not only just my finance team, but on all department heads in combined with the efficiencies of it.
Okay.
Right.
And then just clarification on what the office reno is.
So the office reno is, as we continue to add in additional staff, we need to place them somewhere. And so there was a room downstairs that was put in place when we did the last office reno that just needs fine tuning and so forth, and possibly a second office just to meet the growth of our staffing needs going forward.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I guess in follow-up to that, I am happy, but a bit surprised that for the flagpole front entrance flooring and door replacement and office reno, there's only 27,000 allocated. I would have thought it would be a little bit more, but I don't have a sense of how much it would take to do the downstairs. So I completely trust the number, but I'm happy to see it comes in where it does.
Yeah, I've got the same question. Madam CAO.
We intend to do that internally. So council
Okay.
will recall the last time we did something like this, we were able to do it around $10,000 or under. So those are true numbers.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Where to the door now? Just got this thing about doors. Councillor Barry?
The item under software support and licensing, it's $113,000. Is that gonna be an annual cost for all of those subscriptions? Because I feel like, okay, so we're automating and we have all the software and everything and we're saving staff time, but
those costs are just increasing substantially.
I don't disagree, but it's not just for your, like your AP automation. Those are also support costs for your security, like your antivirus and all of those things, as well as your Adobe subscriptions and things like that, that are the functioning everyday items that every office is using. So we have those that we have to pay for, the bang, the table, all of those things too, all actually cost money. And then we have IT support on top of that, that the county charges for their services for the people that come out to assist us when needed at a council meeting and or on normal basis. So yes, they will increase, unfortunately.
So where do you see software support and licensing?
Yes, I under expenditures.
Oh, okay, I was looking in the wrong column.
We love having IT here and that, but is that something that's always gonna be the case?
There's been a change in that to increase the IT personnel's efficiency while they're in our building, but they're going to be here in case we do run into issues in mid-meeting. In the meantime, there's, training going on for our own staff to do the work in the room. But there will be an IT person in the building when we're having meetings, just to make sure that we don't run into something that they can't resolve. That's a decision that was made, I think, basically at the county level and in discussion with the CAOs.
Okay.
Councillor Richards.
I know we discussed previously about the person to be hired for the digital transformation, and we also discussed perhaps some slowing down from county on this automation process to help, with staffing requirements throughout the various municipalities. Where do we stand on that, and do we still feel that we need this full dedicated position to automation?
Just to add to that, I'm glad you brought it up, because I see, as many as 3 staffers being added, and it just, we can't continue to grow at that pace, not when you consider like that's at least, I don't know what that adds to in percent increase to the levy, but it's a lot. And I don't want to see unnecessary strain on staff. I really don't. That to me is paramount. At the same time, it was when we had this whole system proposed to us at the county level, basically we were advised that it doesn't need to go at any particular pace, and different, meaning, correct me if I'm wrong, and different municipalities will go at different levels or speeds, whatever's comfortable with, they're comfortable with. So, I have a problem with adding the number of staff that are being proposed, and yet I don't know, how to alleviate or reduce that concern. So I would go to the CAO for comment there.
And certainly hear counsel on that. The digital strategy that was adopted by the county gave specific things that were supported to be main things that the municipalities would work on together. And you'll recall from the report how many items that was. And I'll give you an example. Our software, our financial software that we currently use is going to be at the end of its life in 2029. We've just been told that. It is a key one that municipalities will be working on. 2 of the municipalities want to move very quickly on it. The county, Algonquin, Highlands, and Minden Hills are not as wanting to move as quickly. And so that particular item alone has created pretty much, I think, weekly meetings for staff. They're doing an RFI on it, like and it's moving at a pace, even just last week, all the CAOs were brought in to discuss it. So things like that are, when it's been supported by the county, it's difficult for Algonquin Highlands, I'm gonna say, to say, we're out. We don't have a person to handle this. So it's financial software that we are going to need. So we want to be on board as part of the investigation. So that dedication has to be done by our staff.
But it's my understanding that this includes a lot more than just the financial software.
Oh, gosh, yeah, that's just an example.
I guess, you know, what I find myself wondering is, okay, we need to do this work now. Do we need another permanent position to do it? Like at what point will this ease? Like, I mean, we've been kind of advised that at some point, you know, it'll ease the pressure on a number of staff. And if that's the case, how do we balance that? I mean, I just am trying to figure out a balance of helping, you know, with the pressure that we're under now and looking at it from a long-term perspective. Does it require another full-time person?
If I may.
And I don't think I'm alone in.
Oh,
in the question.
absolutely, yeah. Certainly it's something, as far as number of hours per week right now and into the near future, I'm gonna say, yes. Does it need to be a permanent position? Could we try it as a contract? Absolutely. The reality is that it's gonna be cyclical. So, you know, as we, you know, get new
Get one
software,
project.
then there'll be the next one, and then it'll have to be replaced. So it's definitely, it's not just software, but that's just, I'm using that as an example. It's definitely going to be cyclical. We could start it as a contract if council's interested in doing something like that. We did that with the communications coordinator.
But does that create problems down the road if we decide, okay, this is enough, we might as well be making this position permanent, as we did with the communications coordinator in the transition between, you know, a contractor, part-time person and, you know, going full-time on it.
It could.
So I'm looking for comments from other members of council on this. I mean, it's so key and so important to our operations, to our budget, and to individuals, how we proceed. Councillor Shortreed.
And I think it's going to keep growing. I mean, this is just the way of the future. Everything's going digital. You're going to have somebody constantly being on top of all the new programs and everything else to keep everybody else up to date. It's just the way the world's going.
Councillor Barry.
I don't know how to say it without saying it. Like, is this not something that IT should be supporting us with? Like, maybe I'm missing something.
They are.
But
They
I'm
are.
like, we have we have bills coming in from the county for IT. We have all of these new softwares that we are being mandated or expiring that we're having to get. And then we're also having to do training on all of these things. Like, to me, maybe I just don't understand this digital transformation position enough. But how can one person be knowledgeable about all the software that are new? You know what I mean?
I'll let Angie answer that way better than me.
And I can appreciate that. It's the IT does help us. They support us in many, many ways. And they are part of all of these same meetings and same, you know, with the implementation, they support us. But I'll give you an example with, the implementation of the iCloud software. Like, we don't have, Mike March or Travis or any of the IT people here on a daily basis. So when we schedule meetings for the implementation, and I'm going to use Sarah because she's the one that's doing it. She sits in on and helps them on a one-on-one. We're doing records management. She's, along with John are implementing that. We don't have IT support here in this building. They're at the county doing their job. It's that piece that we are absolutely missing. And, we could continue on the way we are, but things are going to fall off. there, and we won't be able to participate. And certainly if that's the way council directs us to go, we will. But I want to preface it by saying there will be things that we won't be able to participate in.
And the county is doing the same thing. I mean, they're like just another body. They're like another municipality that are literally having to make the same changes and upgrades. And we pay for work that the county does for us. So I mean, it's not their responsibility to assume our costs that are associated with our work. Councillor Richards.
I think the need for the position is there, don't get me wrong. In order to move forward with digital strategies for the county, we need a point person from the township to do that. My concern though is, and I think it's a little bit of just throwing a small temper tantrum in frustration with software and licensing and what these software companies charge to maintain. I mean, you know, as Councillor Berry's
It's
running
everywhere.
$113,000 a year, and our small little township is
Right.
really, really high, and yet, you know, we have no choice but to be digital in many ways. Otherwise, you have us going back to the Stone Ages and, you know, paper files everywhere. But my concern is that, okay, are we looking at this being an ongoing position forever? And so should we be looking at contract instead? Or, you know, can we, if we're gonna make it a permanent position, maybe do it a little bit more like, because my concern is you hire somebody under a certain job description and that job description changes, and then all of a sudden you really need something else, but they're stuck in this job description. You know what I mean? I don't know how much, we don't get into the weeds that much, so I don't know how much you have to deal with something like that. But is it maybe better to hire an administrative position where initially this is their role, but then we're gonna need them in other areas too? Something like that.
Yep.
I appreciate the need for, you know, different abilities. We certainly have that now, and that's how Sarah's been able to take on these duties. But hiring an administrative person, you have to ask for specific abilities. And I'm not sure, we could try, but I'm not sure you'd get what you need to do the digital piece as an administrative piece, as an administrative person. Like, we do need a digital person, not an administrative person.
Councillor Berry.
Maybe it's semantics, but are we virtually hiring our own IT?
Not really.
No, because we definitely will need the county.
So when, I'm just thinking of our shortened work week, this person would qualify for that as well.
Yep.
So how does this digital transformation position work when that person isn't here and our software goes down, or we don't know how to get into some?
That isn't the job. That's where the county would come in. Mhm. And it would be no different if there was a meeting, if there was, like, for example, we have budget tomorrow where there was staff that normally don't work on Friday, but they're going to be here. We make those adjustments as needed.
This is, I mean, obviously, and for all of you, this kind of discussion about staffing, knowing and hearing that we need more staff, that there's challenges at different levels, and having for us to have to decide, you know, who we're gonna hire, if we can hire them, if we can afford it, it's really probably one of the hardest things that we have to do, because we know what the impact is on staff and, you know, when they're carrying a heavy load. So I just want to put that out there. This is not an easy discussion, and it's not the first time that we'll be talking about it, but, you know, we do need to have a good understanding of exactly what's involved. Because it's like every, you know, it's more than 1% increase for every staffer we hire, correct? By the time you consider benefits, at least 1%, yeah. Yeah, and hiring a contract person might be the answer, in this case. I'm just concerned that if at some point in time well, unless that contract person is the person that's hired on a full-time basis down the road, the transition between a contract person and another new staffer is a challenge. I'm just going to go to the treasurer first and then to yourself.
My only comment with the contract is that is getting somebody. When we did the IT coordinator, we happened to find one that was locally late, like it just could be a tough one to sell on a contractual basis. The other comment was on the 113,000 that's in here under admin, under software support. That's not just for admin. That's for the whole township, not just our programs, but it could, well, not trails specifically, but there's other departments that are using like the Adobe's, the programs that are falling in here.
Building and
Could
Environment,
be,
Public Works.
yeah, like they could be like, sorry? No, that one is under rec, like if it's specific, but I'm talking the more generalized programs to how, without splitting the cost over 10 departments, it's just being housed in admin. So just so you know, it's not that admin is costing 113,000. It's an overarching for several of those programs. Like Bang the Table is in there, but that's really, it's a council admin, it's not just admin. So just so you're aware.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just find it really frustrating. I support hiring staff. I support having, a community that has, good paying jobs and people have benefits. I support all that. What I find really frustrating, and I'm not, this isn't us, this is across the world, is that we're almost employing 3 or 4 people in software. And yes, this isn't just admin, but there's other departments that have their own stuff as well. So this $113,000 isn't it? Like it's in rec, it's in trails, it's probably in fire. Like I find that part really frustrating.
Well, the whole argument about, we've got to become digital, we've got to, is supposed to make life easier for everybody. It's supposed to, save time and doesn't work that way. Yeah. And then I see your hand up.
Yeah, my comment is, it feels very much like a street drug, honestly. They sell you on a little piece of software in 2001.
It's almost free.
Yeah, that's right. And over time, the needs build and then you can't get away from it and you become addicted. And I know it's a very cynical way of thinking about it, but this is so beyond our ability to control. We are really at the mercy of software companies because we have to do this. We've got to go this way. A little bouncing ball question. Is there a full year's worth of pay and benefits for that position in this binder, or is it partial? And where is it? Because I actually struggle to find the line.
It isn't a full year because we have to advertise and fill the position. So I want to say it's from April to December,
Okay.
and it is housed within the administration wages.
Okay. That top line.
Correct.
Okay.
So what is the will of council? That we put staffing as a whole in the parking lot and look at it, all together? Or look at each position individually? Thinking on that. Because this isn't the first position we're going to talk about.
Well, no, and yet, if I am not mistaken, the Public Works one, it's not new money. It doesn't change the increase on the levy. It's just a reconfiguration of other positions. Am I right?
Sort of, because we cut that position for a while. Like taking the seasonal and making them full-time, I think that's the part that doesn't, change things too dramatically, but the foreman's position, or I'm not sure if that's the right terminology, but is it foreman? we had that person in place, we thought we could make go of having that person work in 2 locations. So I believe we would have cut it out of the budget at some point in time, and now we're putting it back in again. So I'm not, I
Can we just
might be
triple
wrong
clarify
on
that?
that. Is that the case? Yeah, so it is new. Yeah. No, and I'm not saying it's not necessary at all. It's just that that's the way the finances work for that position. Counselor Richards.
I think we've heard that this particular position is necessary, even though we don't like it. It's necessary. So I don't really see the point in putting it in the parking lot. And I think as far as the public works staff goes, it's only like a very minor amount that's new money.
A
Not a
full-time
substantial-
foreman is not a minor amount.
Sorry, I thought we were taking the season.
The seasonal, that's different than the
Oh, you mean
foreman's position.
another position? Oh, okay, so there's one position, but I think that's a necessary position too, so. I I don't see any way around them.
You've got to speak. We can't decide when we're all acting
I
like
agree with
crickets.
Councillor Richards. I think they're both necessary.
We're talking about the admin position right now,
I agree.
or putting everything in the parking lot to talk about the impact on the budget.
At this point, I don't think so. I think it's okay as it is, but that's just my.
Councillor Barry.
I support it, but I feel like I have to state my aggravation. I don't doubt that we need it. It's just, a lot of it is just moving away from people making money and having,
Madam CAO.
And I know this is a difficult discussion, and I can appreciate that council is having it in front of staff, but I just want to point back to the digital strategy about the county council adopted, that there's 62 joint initiatives over the next 4 years to be explored. We either have to pull out of most of them.
Which we can't do really. I just can't see us doing it. I mean, I did get kind of stuck on, the fact that, we could work for some of the work, we could work at different paces. And I'm seeing that that's maybe not actually true. That it was a hope that we could do it that way, to ease the pain for different municipalities, but the reality is.
Yeah, and even at the time when the strategy was adopted, it was indicated that Algonquin Highlands would need to put 0.2 of a position towards this strategy. And at the time when it was reviewed, I didn't agree with that at the time, not given the initiatives that are being proposed. And so to me, that was not accurate even at that time.
Councillor Richards.
I just want to be careful about something because the perception that I want to make sure is not being heard is whether or not these initiatives are important to our township. I would hate for the public to think that we're now stuck in a position of hiring somebody because the county's made a decision on our behalf. That's not a necessary decision.
That's
So that's
not
not
the
what
case.
we're saying. We're
No.
saying they are important initiatives that we do need to do, and unfortunately, the thought of only 0.2% of a position was necessary, that was entirely wrong. And we're recognizing that aspect right now.
And I have to say that when you're looking at an initiative to begin with, you sort of think and hope that you're going to be able to proceed in a certain way. And the deeper you go or the more you work at it, the more you find out that it's not the way we initially thought. And unfortunately, sometimes the public, you lied to us, you misled us, or you were wrong, or you haven't done your homework. And that's not the case. It's just that you're finding out as time goes by that it's not working out the way you thought it would. So many things when it comes to, provincial legislation and the changes that have happened there and the impact that it has on us all, that forces us into having more staff. I can think of a number of reasons why, we seem to be, sometimes it's seen that we're hiring more staff and getting less done. But I think sometimes it's harder to get things done than it was in previous eras. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
It does beg the question, though. Is it your belief that the county strategy of 62 individual initiatives is reasonable for us, or is it a Rolls Royce edition of what we would love to see? And I ask that from a place of pure ignorance, because I'm not an IT person and I'm not a cybersecurity person, so I don't know these things. But are we maybe looking in the wrong direction here by thinking about how can we approach this strategy from Algonquin Highlands? Or is there any scope from coming in the opposite direction and saying maybe this strategy is beyond what we're able to cope with right now?
I think that the strategy and the discussions that have taken place, in the working groups and at the CAO's level have been sufficient that, everybody's pretty much agreed to go in the same direction. I don't think we're being forced into doing something that we aren't going to need to do or isn't right for us. That's the feeling that I get, having been at both levels of discussion.
And if I might clarify, because I've probably used the wrong language there, I don't mean to suggest that the county is forcing this upon anyone. But sometimes we can get really excited. Do you remember, do you still want that dishwasher or that washing machine, Lisa, from a few years ago? Like sometimes we can get really excited about what is possible and then have to reel it in because it's just a little bit bigger than we are. And so it's not about forcing, it's just whether this is something that is really the right level for us. And I wonder, Angie, could you comment on your feeling of comfort with that?
I mean, I think there's a lot of really exciting things that are proposed in the strategy. But I think the fact that I'm recommending a full-time position shows that we can't do it without that
And
in
it's
any
necessary to do.
reasonable way. Yeah, I couldn't speak to the projects and whether or not I mean, I'm same as you, I'm not a digital person.
Councillor Berry.
Just out of curiosity, this is for both of you and Deputy Mayor Dayu, is this a county-led initiative or has this been brought to you by the province?
These are changes that are
That
across the board that are.
Thou shall have a digital
No.
strategy?
I think in some ways it is. In some ways, it's just the way technology is moving and best practices. I can, with all confidence, say about the director of IT at the county is a very cautious person who would not recommend something that is going to be too much for us or that we don't need. He, and I just feel like, I mean, I see the need for it. We're not being pushed into anything. It's coming from the county because the county is really overall responsible for IT services for all of us. And that's why it appears to, that in some may think, oh, the county's making us do it. It's not the case. It's best practice. It's the direction that the world is going in, and I don't think we can escape it and continue to offer the level of service that people expect. Okay. So is it your desire that we say yes to this particular position as opposed to looking at staffing overall? Okay. Next question on administration. That was a big one. So what comes next under administration? Is this the project manager's position? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Just before we move on, And it actually isn't a budget line item so much as from the general explanation at the beginning. We've got on the second page, establishment of volunteer recruitment and recognition program in accordance with strategic plan. Great. And there is some money in there for recognition. Great. Love it. We also, in our strategic plan, discussed partnerships. And I wonder, and trying to figure out, what could partnerships be for us and what might that look like? Would that also be included in a volunteer? I know those are two different things, but they sort of go hand in hand. It's how we extend ourselves to community members for the benefit of all through, working together and figuring stuff out together. Is partnership part of that piece?
It could be partially. What I could just add to a discussion that the CAO and I had earlier on, our regular meeting next week is rather slim on content. And I suggested that we add the discussion about recreation and what we're going to do with recreation. And that would, and very well will, lead us into the partnership
Okay.
aspect of things. And I mean, it can go beyond recreation. It depends on how it's identified on the agenda. So, I think that will help us move in that direction. We do need to make a decision about recreation and what we're going to do there. I think that, some of us have been having discussions with like associations and other groups and have got some feedback there on what we might be able to expect or not. So, I, with council's agreement, I think it's overdue, that particular discussion. It's one of the ones that we've been putting off. So I think we can add that
Okay.
whole
Perfect.
partnership aspect. Anything, okay, so just one more time, anything on the general government? Move into project manager.
Not a lot of changes in the project manager, just a slight reduction, and that's just because of benefit coverage. And
Yeah, that was the one question that I had. How could that be reduced by that much?
benefit coverage and age. It's just because certain things are after a certain age.
Okay.
I don't want
Sorry.
to go further.
Any other questions about project manager? Councillor Richards.
I was wondering if there was room for a discussion about adding another role similar to this.
It's a strange thing to suggest after the last conversation we
Right.
just had, but go ahead.
As we go through the budget, particularly tomorrow morning, I have quite a few questions on consultant fees. And we see that throughout the budget in almost all departments are all of these consultant fees. And I'm wondering how much more of that could we bring in-house and reduce those outside consultant fees? Or is it all just specialized and we have to go outside for all of it? Or is it something we can coordinate better with the county into, a position there that could take on more of this internally rather than spending so much money on consultancy?
And that is something that comes up time and time again, from all municipalities, that, there are some people who just like, it just drives people nuts that you've got to spend so much on consulting fees. Keeping in mind that everybody here, like anybody who's able to work on a project as a, sort of quasi consultant that's on staff, already have full-time jobs. I can give you an example of, I probably shouldn't give you an example of something that's happening at the county that, we decided not to hire a consultant. It was all put on staff. It's going to take way longer. And I felt it was completely unfair to lay on to staff as additional responsibilities. I mean, here we are talking about needing additional staff at the same time saying, oh, but we're going to want you to take on some of the projects that, say a $50,000 project is 100 or more hours, 200 hours. I know that I can think of one strategic plan that was done in the last couple of years that was 250 hours. I think that's an unreasonable expectation, and I'm confident. I just recently had a conversation with someone about the branding strategy that we're doing. And the person was like, please tell me you're not using a consultant. And I was able to say, no, we're doing this project in-house and we do every opportunity we have. If it's within our capabilities and scope of work, I think we do. And he was just like really, really pleased about that. But it's not always possible, rarely possible when you're looking for specialized skills.
Yeah, and usually in the most cases, the consulting, particularly in parks, is engineering. And so the firms that we use different ones for different things. Because exactly what you said, there's specific skills that engineers obviously bring to the table. And so to hire a staff member would need to be an engineer and they'd need to be skilled in all of those disciplines, which I think would be difficult to do.
I do think that there's a possibility that one of the things that may happen, and I want to stress may happen, is that during upcoming discussions about service delivery, that the county might consider hiring an engineer. I know that they've considered doing other things that were on the list of things that consider lawyers, engineer, and there was well, there's a number of areas, but those two things in particular, like an engineer would save us a lot of money. You only see how many times we have to hire an engineer and, do designs, and some room for savings there.
What strikes me, and I think of this every year when we open up these blue binders and try to hammer out these really important lines, is we are being killed by economies of scale every single year. Like a digitization leader position for the city of Toronto would cost a little bit more than what we're proposing here. They wouldn't even notice it. It wouldn't even appear as a 0.001% increase. Well, I might be exaggerating, but it would be such a minor expense. And they probably do have their in-house engineers who are already payrolled. And time again, we are being hurt by the sheer scale of our operation. And that's not our fault. That's nobody's fault, but it's a disadvantage. We've got so many wonderful and beautiful advantages to our size. I mean, my gosh, imagine any member of the Toronto public picking up their phone and auto dialing Olivia Chow to have a conversation about about Toronto politics, and they can get you on the phone anytime they please, almost. And so we've got all these beautiful things, but on economy of scale, we are just ripped to shreds time and time again. And this is one of those examples. It's nobody's fault. It's just how we are.
Yep. Any other comments on project manager? Okay, next is council.
Thank you. And again, not really any change. It's just adjusted for the COLA wages, and that's it. Otherwise, there is some reductions that is offset by the increase. So, but that's really no change, less than 1%.
Now, one thing I have let everyone know that, that's good. But there are discussions going on across the county about an increased compensation for members of council in the hopes that in the long run that we would be able to, not we, Algonquin Highlands specifically, but local councils, county council would be able to, well, I guess it's local councils, attract people who at the present time can't afford to quit their jobs to become a member of council. There just isn't enough, it's not a living wage for anybody. And I know that Dysart has gone ahead with that. I believe that the county is going to go ahead at a much smaller scale with that. And I think the conversations are being held. Whether council wants to give some consideration to that now, I know that there has been discussions about, well, that's traditionally, the time is not now to discuss that. Those decisions are made for incoming councils. But there's no rule about that. It's just practice and how it's perceived. But sometimes, you know, when you're making a move at the very end of a term, quite often members of councils are planning full well to continue on the council. And so they are making a decision for themselves as opposed to, you know, how people view it. To me, I mean, the one thing that I had come up with when we talked about it at the county level was if you're going to consider something, I mean, we may not consider it at all. But if you are going to consider it, to do it all at once is harder on the bottom line for everybody. To sort of work your way into it. And I know that there's different schools of thought. I know that, or I suspect that Deputy Mayor Dayu has a different perspective to, you know, whether we should or should not. I'm not suggesting that we do something or not, one way or the other. I'm just saying it is something that's been considered and done within the county. So I, you know, whether we want to talk about that or not, or give it any consideration or not, I'll leave it at that. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I think it is an important conversation to have. I wouldn't want to have it in furtherance of this budget. I think it requires a more fulsome conversation. And whether there are other things that, other expectations or other things that come along with an increase, it's an important conversation to have, but not today, right here. I think I would want to see it sort of a business case for it.
But if we're talking about the budget and there's, it's, you know, depending on what other members of council say, it may be that the wiser thing to do would be talking about it now. At least to some level, because I mean, it's a big hit in 1 year. If you say, you know, it was a substantial increase, like I believe that now it's my understanding that Dysart, who have gone ahead with it automatically, were getting considerably less compensation than some of the other councils, but they doubled the mayor's salary. That's just one example. They made some considerable changes. That's a lot on one budget. If everybody is given that extent of an increase, and that's kind of why I'm thinking maybe we should be talking about it now. And where we land, we might say no, or at least have some discussion about whether we even want to pursue it or not.
Then my feeling would have been we should have started that conversation a month ago. I don't want to start it on the first of a 2-day talk on an entire budget document. I think it's more fulsome than that. And if we were to talk about it, it would be for next year.
Well, I will listen, see what other members of council have got to say. Councilor Barry,
I mean, let's be honest, it's an awkward conversation.
it is.
Um,
It's like the last conversation we had was awkward.
I do think one consideration that I think is part of the discussion, I honestly didn't know where the council landed in each of the municipalities, but I think not only is the rate of pay that councillors make far, 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 far below living wage, there also is like, you know, I have been on council for like, I think 13 or 14 years. My pension has not been that. I think it's my pension that I worry about more, like the time that I've put into it.
What pension?
Exactly. I think that is something to consider. I'm very grateful that when we did our budget review of our benefits, that we were able to incorporate for not a huge increase on the levy, council to be considered into the benefits. So I think that's great. And I don't know if that's across the board with the other municipalities, but I also think that that is a discussion. How does council become, you know, be able to increase their payables into their pension? Because otherwise, you know, there's people that could come into this role that have already come into politics with a pension behind them, you know. But for someone young coming out of school that wants to be involved, you know, in like.
In the long term, well, I mean, like, Murray Ferry is the prime example. He's been doing this for decades, 40 plus years. There's no pension there for him.
Well, I think I was the first counselor in the county, one of the youngest counselors in the county to put my name in. And I've been sitting on council now for, you know, 14 years.
Mhm.
I haven't built in that 14 years of dedication to my community. I haven't really built a very secure pension in this role. So I'm thinking, how do you have young, engaged
people put their name forward if that's a concern going forward, because the world has changed a lot in the cost of living, housing, food, all of that has changed considerably over my, past 3 terms of council.
Mhm.
That's food for thought that we can't afford.
Other thoughts? Councillor Shortreed.
It is a really hard conversation, but our demographics obviously up here don't have many young people. We need to find a way to attract young people, and the only way we're going to attract young people is wages. I don't think anybody's going to want to work for $4, $5, $6 an hour.
I think the last time that anybody actually did a calculation, members of council are making somewhere around $3 an hour.
Oh, sorry, I overestimated.
And I have to be perfectly honest, this discussion was brought to my attention that there was a large body in the county who was talking about councillors. Somebody said, oh, those fat cat politicians are getting paid all kinds of money. I mean, it's just a view that's out there that we're all being paid too much. And someone else in the group had said, you know what they get paid? Here's what they should be paid. And at that time, and this was like, I don't know, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, they should all be paid a minimum of $50,000. And my response to that was, no way. First of all, that's too much at this point in time. And second of all, there are, I mean, and this is not about any of us here, but I can think about, a time on county council where there were people who worked really hard at their job. They were active 7 days a week or, 6 days a week, and they did a lot of work. They reviewed all their documentation, they did their homework, and they spoke to people. And there were other members of council who did nothing but attend meetings. They didn't even read their agendas. And do they get the same amount of money to do that? Well, I guess, yeah, because you can't, I don't know how you could sort through that kind of an argument, but I mean, this is an argument that's been going on for a long time. Councillor Richards.
As you know, when it comes to that argument about who does what and who doesn't, I believe that that belongs at the ballot box and the ballot box alone. I will not judge my peers. There is no amount of money that this township can afford to pay for me. It's just not gonna happen. And I
No,
don't
did you
expect
say no
it.
amount that we can afford to pay you?
Yeah, and I don't expect
Or any of
it.
us?
I don't expect it. And nobody around this table is here for the money. That is just a ridiculous comment to make. I think that the general public really has no idea how little we make, and they just throw that at us because they're angry at one decision or another they don't like. And to sit out there and say that we should reduce our salaries to pay for housing is absolutely ridiculous.
Did somebody say that?
Somebody did, and we could donate our entire salary to housing and it wouldn't create one. So, ignorance is bliss, I suppose. And it is a very, very, very difficult conversation to have. Just because of all of the stereotypes around it. But we do have to do something to attract new people in. The amount of acclamations there were at the last election in our entire county and really the province is pretty high. But also is voter engagement. So, it's not just about not attracting, it's about people just not even thinking about it. Until they don't have a family doctor, right? As has been said. But I do feel, Deputy Mayor Dayu's, point that perhaps right now is not the time for the conversation. And it does need a more wholesome conversation. There's certain information that I'd like to have from staff that I don't think they're prepared to give today, especially regarding perhaps other benefits that could be on the table, such as pensions. But that doesn't mean to say that it's not something that we could still include within this year's budget outside of today's discussion. If we were to decide to go forward on something, I'm sure there's enough in reserves because we would probably be, at the end of the day, talking about a very minor amount and so no impact on the levy. And perhaps that's the compromise we can go with today.
Well, okay, I just wanted to add that one of the things that when we had the first time we had the conversation at the county level, one of the things that Deputy Mayor Dayu did raise was, I'd rather be thinking about things like pension or benefits, or that should be part of the conversation. So I just wanted, because I mean, we are in our budget period, I just wanted to bring it up, see where we all landed, because we needed to have a talk about it. It is something that's happening. And I guess look to see us uh, schedule a conversation, a more in-depth conversation, and see exactly what it is we want for information to help us in that thought process. So can we all live with that for now? Oh, sorry, Madam CAO.
I just want to say that I wouldn't recommend that if council, in 3 months decides to increase your wage, that it come from reserves.
Point, we'll take them. Well, I mean, that we'll look to hear that and see that in writing, because I mean, it's a good point, because I'm concerned about the level of our reserves as it is. And it's easy to say, well, we can take that from reserves here or there for different things, and it's not always the case. Councillors Barry and then Richards.
Would it be a ridiculous idea to put out something, a survey? I mean, it's the taxpayers that vote us in. Like, does the taxpayer, I mean, they see our remuneration, but do they actually know what that means in comparison to a living wage and to the workload and the, how many people?
You're not on your
Oh,
speaker.
sorry. I just wonder if
It would be interesting to hear what the municipality as a whole thinks of that.
I think there'd have to be a fair bit of information provided to them before that. Because I'm quite sure that people do not realize what we really are paid, for one thing. County council, and I hesitate to say this, but county council is a perfect example. 75% of county council are 75 years plus old.
So they're receiving a pension as well?
No, they're not. No, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point is, it's not representative of our community.
Right.
And it's a clear indication that younger people cannot apply to be members of council unless they are wealthy or have a successful business that they can come and go as they please. It's just, for someone who's got to work for a living, it just doesn't work. And there needs to be something to change that. So we will bring it back. Councillor Richards.
I'm just wondering, because I know that that's what the county did, was take it from reserves to cover this year, so there was no impact on the levy this year. So I'm just wondering why we wouldn't work, and if we really wouldn't, that's fine. But should we set aside a small amount now, and if we don't use it, we don't use it?
I don't know. I mean, that's up to council to decide. I would say that it was a smaller amount of money. Really, the impact or where you're attracting people to is at the lower tier, because that's what forms the upper tier, right? Are members of the lower tier. And that's where the greater impact would be. It would be a much larger amount of money, I would expect, than what's at county council, because they're not equal. I mean, the levels of remuneration have been considerably different. I think we need to probably take the CAO's recommendation on expecting it all to come out of reserves, but let's see what comes back to us with information. And if anybody's got input or thoughts that they want to, give the CAO in the meantime, by all means, do that. Councillor Barry?
Did the county increase their wages?
Yes, not significantly. The biggest increase is probably in the warden's position.
And how was that decision made? Was that?
It was
a
based on,
percentage,
it was
or
based
there-
on what they did was take the average of all of the counties in Eastern Ontario
Mhm.
and look at, and as well as looking at, for instance, the city of Kawartha Lakes is considerably bigger. Their mayor is making $100,000 plus, but it's a city. They've got a lot more responsibility there, and so they were discounted from the average. But basically, it was just looking at all the other counties and seeing where we stood and make a recommendation of the average or the median wage and make that recommendation. And that's what council agreed to. Councillor Richards,
So if we're gonna wait until there's a report and we're not gonna include any money in this budget, then we're not going to do anything about it this year. Is that what I'm understanding is our decision right now?
well, I mean, we can all think about this a little bit about how you want it to proceed in what sort of timely way, but we're not finished with our deliberations. If you decide that you want to tuck a little bit into reserves, depending on, to me, it's depending on where we land with the budget and how much, if there is any wiggle room at all about whether we want to do that. So we could put it on in the parking lot. Not necessarily about agreeing to go ahead with it, but if we want to put just a little bit aside to prepare us.
Just to be the devil's advocate, we've had this discussion every year, as long as I've been on council. Do you know what I'm gonna say about cost of living and that it really isn't a budget?
We haven't
decision.
had the cost of living discussion yet. That's separate from this.
But to me, it's a philosophy versus a budget number in some regards,
Yeah, it's both.
So if you have a really high year, your living wage isn't affected, but if you have a low budget year, it is, you know what I mean? It's,
No, no.
I'm just saying I think it's a philosophical conversation versus where we stand in the budget. It's something we want to move forward, whether it's in this term or next term. I don't think it should
Or this
really-
year or next year.
This year or next year. I really don't think it's based on the numbers in this budget. That's just my personal opinion.
Deputy Mayor, do you? And then we're going to move on.
But in that regard, if it is a philosophical conversation and we're talking about bringing the wages up to a level that people can say, yes, I'm going to try to make my career in this rather than in anything else, we are talking about a serious increase. So it isn't just philosophical. And if we put in just a tiny little bit more onto this year, then I don't think we're really getting to the philosophical increase that we're talking about. And we still haven't had the conversation about, it is not for a typical counselor, not the mayor, it is not a full-time job. So when we talk about a living wage, typically we're talking about a living wage for a full-time job. So if we are thinking we've got to bring things up to a living wage, we have to have the commensurate conversation about expectations. And I don't even know if we're allowed to set, I look at Dawn in the corner for any sign there. I'm not even sure that we can set expectations for number of hours to put in every week or anything like that as an elected official. And
How are you even going to keep track
and
of
how
that?
would you keep track? So we, there are two very different ball games at play, and I don't know how we would reconcile them. So it is my feeling that we adjust our wage this year according to what the staff are also getting the adjustment for the standard, for the cost of living increase. We have the big philosophical conversation, and then we'll be in a place to say whether we're going to strive to make it a living wage and everything that entails, or we're going to do our level best
To move in that
every
direction.
year to move in that direction. But I'm not ready for this budget book to make that decision.
You're sort of going back to what I was saying in the first place. I mean, you would never be able to say you must work this many hours and you wouldn't be able to prove it anyway, which is, I mean, look, we've put faith in staff and, sometimes working from home. Well, they are different, but I mean, it's the same sort of thing. You really don't know I guess there is a way to measure productivity in that regard. But I think that there actually are some members of council who put in a 5-day work week because they like to do because it's their choice, that they like to do the research. They want to know exactly what they're talking about. They're much more active. And, I know just simply by Councillor Richards' location, she spends more time than, say, other members of council talking to constituents. And whether it's her choice or not, it's the way it is, and then she puts in it. So it depends on everybody's circumstances. Anyway, we've agreed that we will talk about it some more and see where we land. Anything else on the council budget? Deputy Mayor Dayo.
a conversation we had the first year of our first term was whether we should be considering a restriction of the number of council members who go to any one conference in any one year. Conferences are, you know, they're expensive. Sometimes we get quite a bit out of it, and sometimes we don't get very much out of it.
That's not our fault, though.
No, it's not our fault. It's not at all. But I wonder, you know, in the spirit of trying to trim where we can, do we really all need to show up for Roma? All need to show up for Amy? And I know we don't all, but you know what I mean. Do we
I do want to hear you. What I would say is that I think that the council that I have worked with for the last 14 years have all made a very, very strong effort to travel together whenever they can. Now, we all do have our own rooms, and I would never change that. That we do as much of a division as we possibly can to make sure that, okay, you're going to this workshop and you're going to this session, and so we gain as much information that we can share when we come back as possible. And, you know, going back to the conversation that we just had, there's very little, you know, kind of bonus or added benefit to a counselor. Learning experiences are limited. And you're right. I mean, I've gone to conferences where I've gained all kinds of tidbits and good information, and others where it's like, wow, that wasn't what I had hoped it would be. So it's hard to measure, but I don't know, we don't, it's rare that we're all there. Now, in this last conference, we were, 4 of the 5 of us were there, but I think we got as much as we possibly could out of it. You know, thoughts from other members of council. I'd hate to say you can go and you can't. And some of us aren't really conference goers too.
Yeah, it's not that I don't hear you, because I do. The fact though that, you know, 4 of the 5 of us went, 2 of the 4 of us that went, you know, we're also on the county's ticket. So there's a shared expense. But having gone for 3 years now, the first and the third year, I actually did gain quite a bit from going and the sessions that I attended. But last year I felt kind of disappointed. It felt like a repeat. There's benefits to going and there's benefits to not going. I think personally, it makes me a better counselor. It makes me more aware of what's going on, what solutions are out there, what solutions are not out there, what we're all facing together. I think some of the networking that you do with other municipalities is beneficial in understanding how they've dealt with a situation that was similar. And I think that adds to our roles being better in dealing with staff, understanding where staff are coming from, because we're hearing from kind of the best of the staff of the municipalities of Ontario in the solutions that they've come up with. Maybe our staff didn't think of, and some of our staff go to conferences too, to also gain that knowledge. But it's that collective body that really brings the value to the table.
The networking, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I mean, you couldn't put a dollar, you know, figure on that and the value of some of the information you gain simply by running into and talking to somebody about a mutual interest. And I would also say that, you know, 2 of us at this last particular conference have different interests. You know, if it's upper tier and lower tier responsibilities and what we might attend based on, you know, those interests and the things that we're involved in. You know, I mean, you participated in a working group and session that was wholly county driven, really. I mean, it impacts everybody in the county, but you know, I do think that you know, I'd be reluctant to reduce the budget, but we'll see what everybody else thinks. I'm hearing that, you know, there is definite value in it. I mean, Lisa's got the Roma music embedded in her mind. And we don't all go to all of them. You know, I mean, some do, some don't. And I could honestly say as warden, there have been conferences that I've gone to where I have gained no opportunity whatsoever to learn something for myself, other than, whatever I learned through networking with the Warden's Caucus. But I spent all my time going to delegations and meetings and not being able to go to one session, which now I can take opportunity of that. Councillor Berry.
I think we all do the best we can, and I believe there's a policy that allows us to go up to 2 meetings a year, and some terms there might be bigger interest, other terms there might. So I think by reducing it, you've reduced that opportunity for future councils. And I think if you had a green council that had never been on council before, it would be really unfortunate that they didn't have that experience.
I do think when we're looking at conferences that, because we're allowed two, it doesn't have to be Roma and AMO. Because there's Ontario East, which is an absolutely fabulous conference that's much more geared to rural and remote communities. I don't know how many times I've seen invitations to planning-related conferences about, committees of adjustment or land division, that I think, wow, I'd really like to do that. But I've already gone to 2 conferences. So, I mean, we can also be a little bit more flexible in which conferences we do go to. Anything else on council? Okay. Next up is, election. I don't know that we'd be making any changes there.
No.
I did bring up a point, and it's got nothing to do with the budget. But I did want to just have staff make note that I would like to see some consideration given, very early next year to our communications coordinator, beefing up information about, sort of what's it like to be a counselor, the responsibilities of a counselor, the things that the benefits, just informing and encouraging members of the public as much as we can. We can't pay you anymore, but here's all the good stuff. Just as a note of different roles and responsibilities associated with it. And did anybody else have any comment on elections? They're all going to run again, right? No. Other revenues.
Thank you. One thing I want to note is the OMPF grant funding actually went up, which is a pleasant surprise. We were hearing and seeing sort of a more trend towards lowering that OMPF, but I think the upper levels of government have realized that they can't download and continue to support municipalities by dropping the funding. So, pardon me, that is definitely an increase which we didn't anticipate. The other one that I have adjusted is the investment income with the lowering of the interest rates. I'm just trying to adjust the estimate accordingly. So
the interest rates, that's unfortunate, but at least in this case, it's offset by the OMPF. So
exactly.
yeah, doing good. Okay, I think taxes is the last. And there's really no discussion there until we're done. Okay, thank you from those in administration for their input on that. I think because it's next, it's not next on the list. Should we save Greg from going last? Let's go to building and bylaw. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but we've got a little bit of time and
Fabulous. I'm glad to do it. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's not a very exciting budget, not like my predecessors. Basically, I just have a few highlights for the building and bylaw combined is There's just the required educational components that we do every year. There is a purchase of a hybrid SUV. If council remembers, I had to surplus the 2016 early. We have the implementation, hopefully, of AMP's bylaw coming up. We have the short-term rental bylaw, so there'll be enforcement implications with those. So, which means a little bit more weekend bylaw presence. So, and of course, we're continuing with the building department, increased work hours during the summer months. So we can start with, if you wish, building. And the only thing I can see on here out of the ordinary would be I did put in office equipment and furniture. I did put a line in that says monitors, and what we're looking at there that I don't believe was on the project's priorities because it is kind of a small item. Since we've got away from paper copy plans, which would fill up this desk, we're finding that the monitors are quite small to try and navigate plans. So other municipalities have been utilizing a 32-inch monitor, and we were kind of looking to go that route. One for deputy CBO and one for myself, which they're $600 a piece. So that was the only thing really that's on here that's different.
I can see the planning department wanting to make the same
Yeah.
kind of request.
We have to get in line.
Okay, well, questions for building? Deputy Mayor Dayu and then Councillor Richards.
Thank you. Under software support and licensing, last year our budget was 1,000. This year it's 26.
Is this going to be the number that we see henceforth? So could you break down what we were not paying last year and?
Yes, last year was the implementation of the cloud permit software, so it was a one-time fee. Almost like a very similar conversation we've had with other departments. And so cloud permit is in this, and I was just educated by Madam Treasurer this year as well, that there's a GIS and county component in there that's I didn't realize until I knew about the cloud permit one that was going to be an annual thing. The tracks code software, that's in lieu of building code paper books. We do have one paper book that we just received, but the tracks code software is a yearly subscription that keeps us current almost hourly. So we don't have to apply to the Queen's printer and wait for weeks to get the paper in. Other than that, yeah, the cloud permit is the big one. I think it's around 12,000 a year for software support.
I understand that there are a heck of a lot of changes taking place in the building code.
It really is.
Hard to keep track of. Councillor Richards.
I want to frame this right so it doesn't come out badly. But we have, we're utilizing reserves to cover operating costs within the bylaw department. And I think that you would come forward with anything that you could think of to help offset that. But is there anything you can think of that we can do? Because I hate taking this amount of money out of reserves just to cover operating costs. When I know we have to. I think we're in a time where we want to, encourage building. And so maybe we don't necessarily want to increase our building fees, but what are we going to do then? To make this, a more balanced budget.
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, the building department is a self-sufficient department. So it won't impact the levy, or it shouldn't impact the levy. Now that we've separated out bylaw, we need to generate the revenues in order to sustain the department. We have realized a decrease in permits, and it looks like it's going to be another year of the same. we did increase the fees to match our neighbors. A couple months ago, I believe, in fees and charges, we did raise that. And again, looking at this, it appears that we may have to go that route again. To your point, we don't want to price ourselves out of the market, but this is a user pay, and the township does not or should not be covering the building department, or the taxpayer should not be covering the building department as a whole. Now, the bylaw department is a separate story. So the reserves, unfortunately, are going to take another hit, I feel, this year.
I
And I'm
don't
hoping that we can turn that around, or the economy will come back up, or we'll get more permits.
Maybe I'm missing something, but I haven't looked at the actuals from last year. But I just wondered, like, why $70,000 are coming out of reserves? Like, what's it covering in expenses?
I don't know.
Madam Treasurer,
If I may, that $70,000 is covering the shortfall of the revenues balancing to the expenditures at this point. So that $70,000 is to balance this budget being presented to you now, in the hopes that the anticipated revenues that we've been estimated here are actually end up coming in higher at the end of the day. And so that the actual transfer out of the reserve to balance will be less. But at this point, based on the estimates, that's what that transfer is related to.
okay, it just doesn't quite match with the, the building department is self-sufficient. If we're taking from reserves.
We're taking from the building reserve, though.
Yeah. Those reserves were generated by building on or fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Madam CAO.
And so council will recall that the building department is not allowed to make money. So if there is a shortfall, which is, you can't anticipate sometimes because of the building permits, that's what the reserves are for,
Okay.
is to help balance that.
Councillor Barry. So any other questions on building? Hearing none, we'll go to bylaw.
Yes, thank you. Bylaw, we've put a line in of 10,000 for revenue in the hopes, well, not in the hopes, it's not nice to generate fees from penalties, but that's the reality, is that we're going to be, if we get AMP's bylaw implemented, that there will be a lot more opportunity to generate revenue through penalties in our day-to-day enforcement. So that's a little bit of revenue to be realized by bylaw. Other than that, there's a replacement phone for a bylaw officer. The portion of cloud permit is on there for the software support and licensing. We've split that out. And the other stuff is normal as of last year. The shoreline preservation bylaw enforcement, that's a payment to the county for to enforce that, so.
I think too, though, there needs to be, just as a separate note, a better, a little bit of a better communication system between, the lower tier and the upper tier when it comes to shoreline preservation. There's a lot of things that, it's unfortunate that bylaws in general are complaint driven. And people are reluctant to complain for fear of retribution or, somebody told me not too long ago, well, he said he'd shoot my dog if I reported him. And I'm like, we don't want to hear that kind of story. There are a lot of people are saying, well, you're passing bylaws and you're not enforcing them. And it just seems that we need, in a general way, we need to be a little more, I don't use diligent, just a little as active as we possibly can. Do we truly need to wait for a complaint if a bylaw officer sees something that is absolutely not right, we don't really have to wait for somebody to complain. You know, I don't want it to appear like the bylaw officers are picking on anybody. But if it's an obvious, you know, somebody's obviously breaking one of the rules, then it should be followed up on.
100%. Yeah, and we've had that discussion. I mean, in the past, it's been, the mindset was for the most part complaint driven, mainly because of the lack of staff in this area, but we're staffed up now. And yeah, certainly if we're driving by an area that is a blatant violation, officers will stop.
Another thing that has come up is the, you know, we did talk about doing, you know, shifting things so that there was coverage on the weekends, and then we started doing that, you know, primarily in the summertime. I think we've recently seen that there is a need for some weekend coverage, you know, in the other seasons, winter in particular. I'm just concerned that we've covered ourselves, because obviously it's either overtime or we have to make a shift in what people are, you know, what hours people are working. And I just kind of, you know, wanted to hear any comments that any of you have got to make about that and how we move forward.
Yes, we have one staffer for sure that his primary duty is weekends. Barring that, this winter, you're correct, we did end up starting to see some parking violations on weekends. I myself went out 2 weekends in a row, was able to address that very aggressively, and word got around. There was no more problem the rest of the winter.
Well, that's good.
So yeah, it's more of a trial that we're gonna, or a test, I think, in my mind, whether or not it's gonna have to be a full-time every weekend. That'll be up to council, of course, but I'd like to do a little bit more testing on that front, especially if we get amps, because with amps, it will permit us then to do penalties on a Monday morning from our desk, rather than actually being out there on patrol. Like, say, fireworks that you can never get anyway, and it'll be well after hours. We can rely on an affidavit from a property owner and a complaint, and use that to create the penalty on a Monday morning and send it in the mail, and we're done.
Go ahead.
And council, I know some of council are sitting here saying, what's he talking about? The AMPS bylaw, proposed bylaw will be coming to council in the next meeting or two. And with respect to putting enough in the budget, I will say, yes, there's enough in the budget. If staff that don't normally work weekends, work a weekend as overtime, then they take that time in lieu.
Okay.
Mhm.
You know, I just don't want us to find ourselves where, you know, somebody's expecting to have the weekend off and all of a sudden they get a call out, sorry, but you know, about your luck, but you've got to go out. And you know, we are having more people complaining about parking, and quite vociferously, I think that's the right word. Which is unfortunate, you know, but it's a fact. And, you know, people are known to say on a fairly regular basis, you're passing bylaws and you're not enforcing them. And I mean, we enforce them to the greatest extent possible. I believe you all do a great job. But I also believe that by passing the bylaw in its, you know, on its own, will reduce a lot of the problems that we have, because there's lots of people who will actually do what they're supposed to do. Will listen and, you know, hear the rationale behind it and do the right thing. So hopefully, you know, people can see the benefit of that. Comments, questions, or concerns about bylaw? Surprise. Deputy Mayor, do you?
Well,
Sorry.
and I do see the value in having a greater staff and increasing the fees that come from penalties, et cetera. But I also really love our triple E approach. You know, if you have an opportunity to just educate someone before you start slapping down a fine, I really value that, and I'm glad we do that. And I'm glad that the fine is the final or almost final part of that dialogue. So it's 2 thumbs up for the triple E.
I agree.
Anything else? Councillor Richards?
I want to confer with Deputy Mayor Dayu. The approach that our bylaw department takes, I think, is it's very traditional in trying to work with the public, that you're not, the enemy of the public. It's disappointing to me that bylaw enforcement costs us so much money, but so does policing. And, it's unfortunate that we have to have all these laws, that we can't just, be a society that works together and respects our communities and, but that's where we are. So I really value that, I know we can call up our bylaw team and say, hey, we're having a problem over here, or we can work with our bylaw team to say, I know, but work with me and I will get this resolved if it's like a property that needs to be cleaned up and they're working on it. Sometimes that takes a while. So
Yep.
I really appreciate and I wish the community would value you more than they do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think that that's the end of your responsibilities here,
Thank you.
unless I missed a tab. So, do we have time for planning? Sean O'Callahan, come on up, come on down. It is. Okay, where's planning? What color is planning?
Yellow, keep going very back. Last,
See, it's not the only yellow one.
no, it's the second yellow.
Okay. Okay,
There you go.
Oof. Very yellow. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Uh,
So similar to building, the planning budget, a very exciting document before council today. A lot of the budget highlights here are the implementation of projects that have been ongoing, such as the cloud permit, license of occupation, short-term rental bylaw, and costs associated with getting those programs up and running and ongoing monitoring. So yeah, really, that's all I wanted to highlight, and if council wishes, we can go through the different tabs associated with the planning department.
Okay, shoreline allowance, unless there are any comments on the highlights. Councillor Berry.
Just on shoreline allowance, just looking at sort of the next page of the previous few years. I have sort of thought that this was coming, and I feel like for years and years and years, people have been purchasing their shorelines, and there's less and less shorelines to purchase. And for the last 2 consecutive years, our actuals have been less than what we've budgeted. I wonder if we have under budgeted or over budgeted in this case, in the revenue.
So I have budgeted for fewer applications to come in this year. The actual sale of land is not a number that we budget for, because each purchase is different. But yeah, we are certainly seeing a decrease in the applications being received.
Madam Treasurer.
So as you can see under the sale of property item though, on that page, we don't actually give an estimation on that. So should we end up in a shortfall under the other fees for the actual fees for the shoreline sales, more than likely the sale of property will offset it, because we don't budget for that. We don't know what that number will be. So at the end of the day, I think we're fine the way we are. I don't disagree that the numbers are reduced, but Sean has kind of looked at things and reduced it accordingly.
Anything else on shoreline allowance? Committee of Adjustments?
Similar to the shore road allowance applications, we're seeing a trending decrease in the number of applications received. So in this particular year's budget, I've estimated that we'll have 20 applications received.
Any questions about the Committee of Adjustment? The next tab is cultural plan. And there's no change there, but I just wonder exactly what we're doing in that regard, or what, I know we have a cultural plan. Is there any action items in there that we should be thinking about, or just looking for thoughts on cultural plan? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I can speak to that. The last time the interim cultural committee met, we parsed out what was in the cultural plan into what the real life changes have been across the county and across the township. For example, there was a call for more economic development or more a focus on tourism. Well, happily, the county picked up on that. There was a call for how can we figure out and foster our identity here in Algonquin Highlands, and happily we've got our branding strategy. So if you, so of the list that remained under the cultural committee, everything tangible has been answered or has a new body or person working on it. The final two things, there's one thing that hasn't been touched. The last two things that were dealt with were the call for a heritage registry. This council talked about the heritage list, decided at that time we didn't want to proceed with getting into a designation. There is some conversation about whether that is or is not our choice to say we don't have a list for designated and non-designated properties, but that's not a budget conversation. I think that's more of a legislative conversation that we would have. But that was one of the last two things that was on the committee's list. And the final one was the interpretive signage, branding, creating our cultural identity, which is being covered by the branding strategy. So the only thing that is not being touched on by someone from the cultural plan, and by this I mean the really tangible things. There were other recommendations like how do we make sure that the heritage of hunting in our community is better understood, and these are sort of looser goals, not fixed tangible objectives like creating a heritage registry, but sort of looser things. But the final piece that is not being looked at by anyone that I'm aware of is supporting our artistic endeavors in the township. So this is pretty much what we briefly chatted about last year too. We still have, a budget for it. I think that's where we still are.
That's a good one because, I think that sometimes artists and artisans are overlooked in many ways. I mean, I know that there's lots of activity in the county with respect to, to artists and artisans. But do we do anything here with respect to that? Do we celebrate, our artists in any specific way? I believe that is kind of one of the discussion topics that we should have about, what can we do? What do we want to do? I know one of the things that, that we're talking about is, and I personally have work to do on this, is including artists at our next fly-in, which would help too. And I mean, I would like to see the emphasis on Algonquin Highlands artists, but I wouldn't want to limit it to that, depending on the kind of response that we get. But that's not part of a policy. or direction that council wants to take with support, with regard to how we want to support artisans in the community. You know, I know that we've talked in the past about displaying artwork in this building or in our buildings, and I know that there was a concern with respect to that when it came to insurance and liability. But I see it's being done in other places, and, you know, I mean, that can form part of our discussion if we want to revisit that. I just think that, you know, it's another one of those things, we've got a number of discussion topics that we need to hit, and, you know, I'm glad to see, you know, next week we'll have an opportunity to talk about one of them. That's a big one. Hopefully we'll make some strides there, but let's all keep that in mind about what we can do. Councillor Berry.
I think, you know, one of the big things about the committee disbanding is there isn't this constant conversation that's happening. And, you know, staff has taken on roles in certain regards through the cultural plan, but there isn't that, you know, every quarter, there's not anything that's being checked off that we're continuing to do. Like, it's like when we have our museum meetings and that, it's like, it's this constant conduit of what's happening and how do we, you know, bring back the message back and forth to council and staff and that. So I think one of the big things that's missing by not having that committee is there isn't that constant overseeing and sort of shared reciprocal work being done. Like, are we, you know,
Giving it the attention.
are we promoting heritage in every regard? Are we looking at opportunities? You know, I think maybe when we have the discussion about the recreation committee, we could add cultural context to some of that. Maybe there's a way to incorporate some of the cultural plan into.
Well,
how
and
we
that would fall in line with the partnership aspect
Yeah.
of things too.
So that's my
Yeah.
thoughts on that.
Good idea. Any other thoughts on culture? Yes.
Just want to clarify, so we're leaving the expense as is for now, that, I just, sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think so. If we're gonna have a discussion about it, we might come up with a bright idea about what we can do with that. Okay. I guess that with respect to, oh no, short-term rentals. I'm sorry? Planning. Strategic planning, not planning and
yeah.
zoning. Is that Sean's responsibility?
It falls under planning, but I
You're
think-
it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I don't really have much to note on there. I don't believe we budgeted anything for that for this year because the funds were used for the yes.
I can't recall, was that our strategic plan was for 5 years? Yes. So should we be, and what do we have in reserves for strategic planning? Anything? I just wonder if we should be tucking a little bit of money in there each year.
7,000.
Okay,
7,000 remaining from the initial one.
okay. Any thoughts on that? Okay. Next is planning and zoning.
Yeah, so I've included a slight increase in revenue that's expected this year, just with the license of occupation policy now being in effect, with no application fees being waived this year. Just expecting that additional revenue from those applications.
I know that there has been some, I guess I should ask first, what's the, in your estimation, the timing on when we'd be looking at our zoning bylaw and official plan?
Fair question. So our official plan would first need to be reviewed. It's due to be have a comprehensive review. The difficulty is with the province now updating the provincial policy statement to the now provincial planning statement. Our plan needs to conform to that. So there's been a series of changes, but we first have to wait for the county to update their official plan, because ours has to conform to theirs as well. So it's a bit of a waiting game right now. So we do have a fairly healthy reserve when it comes time for us to undertake that project. Following that, that's when we'll be looking at our zoning bylaw. So I don't anticipate we'll be tackling the official plan this year. I'm hopeful that it'll be something we can undertake early next year. But that's to be determined at this point.
There has been some discussion based on the changes that have taken place at the province, and the fact that all four, like actually all five municipal bodies will be having to look at official plan. And that's a lot of money. When you look at five different plans, and there's been some school of thought that there should be possibly one official plan for the county. Now, that's not talking about service delivery. It's just the cost of official plans and how much of it is the same. And it's since we've been advised that, you know, I mean, there's been questions about, well, I mean, we've got something unique in our community that's different than yours, or we do things this way and we don't want to, you know, that there is an opportunity to have one official plan with sub-plans to cover any unique aspects of each municipality. So I'm kind of hoping that we kind of keep that in mind, and I guess I would look for any comments that you might get or have about that.
Certainly, at first glance, I think there's some substantial opportunity for cost savings to a municipality such as ours, to get rid of, well, not to eliminate our official plan and rely solely on the county with secondary plans for our area. But that's something I'll need to review further with my counterparts, just to bring that back to council for consideration.
The thinking is that we have to comply with the county's official plan anyway.
Mhm.
And then if there are, you know, unique aspects of our own planning, we can, that can be handled. We don't lose out on that opportunity.
Yeah, and there has been a dramatic increase in costs associated with updating an official plan, just as an example, with a neighboring community outside of Halliburton Highlands. I believe it was north of $100,000 for consultant fees. So.
Some room for savings there.
Mhm.
Any other comments or questions on planning and zoning? Councillor Shortreed.
This isn't a question, but it's more for the parking lot, just because the housing reserve falls under planning. That we've committed to work on housing, but we aren't contributing anything more to our housing reserve. So just wondering if we can put it in the parking lot, maybe see if we can honor our commitment to work towards some type of housing.
Thoughts on that? Good idea. Thank you for raising that. Because even if we were successful in you know, brokering some partnership with Habitat for Humanity, there's still going to be costs associated attached to us. So, any other comments? Okay, I think that really does cover your territory.
Oh, short-term rentals.
Oh, it's upside down. The title is, yeah.
That's a good excuse.
Take me a minute to read upside down stuff. Sorry, short-term rentals.
Thank you. Yes, this is a new cost center that's been introduced this year just as a result of the short-term rental bylaw now being in effect. So revenue, we're just anticipating just strictly from application fees, and then any potential AMPS charges with there are charges related to infractions with short-term rental licenses.
So this is a bit of a shot in the dark.
Well,
Based on, you know, we really don't know how it's going to go and how many people are going to take umbrage at having to apply for permits and.
yes, it's based on estimates of short-term rentals that have been identified through Granicus, and the hopes that a majority of them would seek to
Actually
comply
apply.
with the new bylaw.
I do know that there have been some folks who have been operating short-term rentals who've, seen the requirements, know darn well they don't meet them. They're just, okay, we're out. Which is okay too, because that may make housing available for people. Counselor Richards and then Counselor Berry.
I'm just wondering for clarity, who is doing this? You don't have to name them, but like we have a separate body doing this. Like it's not you. And so that's why we need another SUV. Is that what's happening?
It's related to the bylaw department who will be doing a lot of the enforcement associated with the short-term rental bylaw. So because this involves a number of departments, it was felt a new cost center would be the most efficient way to track the costs and revenue associated with this specific bylaw.
Especially in an area where we've got, revenues to cover off the costs.
And I just want to, it's not another SUV, it's a replacement of an existing one.
You still have a question about that?
So that SUV currently exists in another department. And we're gonna put that into this one, just so we can keep the cost clear in our minds. That's what I understand you're telling me.
Yes, one of the previous building bylaw SUVs was no longer a viable vehicle. We surplus that already in 2024. And so we've allocated the cost in this cost center because it will be used primarily for this purpose.
Sorry, just.
Go ahead.
We have the line for the mat tax, but there's no number there because we're probably not gonna see that revenue this year. We will probably see.
Counselor Berry.
Questions, just in regards to that hybrid SUV. It's going to, how many SUVs or how many vehicles do we need in building, bylaw and planning? And I guess short-term rentals.
There was 3 for building and bylaw and planning that they shared. There will still be 3. Right now, there's 2.
Okay.
Yeah. And does that answer that?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to the mat tax. We don't know exactly whether there will be anything collected or not. So that's yet to be determined. And you'll remember when Scott Well was here, he indicated that it's really an unknown at this point. We won't get a good gauge on that for the next probably 2 or 3 years.
Good.
Is it anticipated that there would ever be a need for a line item on here on legal? And if there was a legal issue, would that just live in admin, that live in planning? Would that's my question is that an additional thing that we considered?
I'm glad you asked that question because over in a general way, I'm wondering if we have really covered our anticipated needs for legal. It just seems like our activity in the legal world have increased dramatically over the last couple of years. And I don't see.
And every taxpayer pays for that.
And that's, yeah, it just is one of those things that keeps me awake at night. And people don't see it.
Those are working hours.
I don't anticipate there to be a significant amount of legal costs associated with this bylaw because there is the appeals body, which would have its own costs. And I'm not sure there is really any ability to appeal it beyond that. So I can't see there being a substantial legal cost associated with it.
And
Yeah, I
is
guess when the issue of legal costs came up, I was sort of looking at the whole binder. It's because you see it pop up.
Would that committee have an expense added to it? And where is that? Is that at the county
It's a county.
Yes, so there'll be an appeals fee that would be paid to the county.
that we pay?
No, that the applicant would pay.
And Councillor Richards is the member from Algonquin Highlands on the appeals committee. Madam Treasurer.
So just, there is legal fees in under bylaw, which, could inevitably be in relation to the STR. We are seeing some monies coming in from the, MAT tax. However, again, we didn't anticipate, we don't know what the number is gonna look like, so that's why we didn't put a figure in, because we could put in, it'd be a fictitious figure at this point. The other thing that's not in that budget is, of course, wages and benefits, because we're not sure where it's gonna end up housing, because some of it is bylaw, some of it is admin. Our finance team is having to deal with all of the monies coming in and all of that too. So hence why we haven't put a dollar figure in there. And then just to help council know that we are on top of the legal fees, we have increased over the whole budget legal fees for 2025 in comparison. So last year we budgeted 58,000 for 2024, and this year we're budgeting 73,000 because we are anticipating we have some ongoing plus possible others. So we have kind of factored that in our discussions.
Councillor Berry.
And at what point do we identify some of the surplus that might come from here? Is that something we do now, or at the end of the year when there's a surplus? That's it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like picking a number out of the sky. I think that's it for Sean's department. Thank you
Thank you.
so much. So I don't think we'll go any further today with reports from staff. There is one thing that I would like you all to think about overnight, and we'll add to our discussions for tomorrow. And that is the what is normally termed as the cost of living increase, which across the board has been calculated at 2%. I know that we gave a hefty increase last year, but that was pretty much a one-off. And I've asked for a sort of a bit of an ad hoc average over the last 5 years, which has been at about around it or about 2%, I think, is we kind of agreed. My concern is that I want us to stay ahead of the this is being really frank. I want to stay ahead of having to become a unionized environment. I think that we've got a great staff, that we treat them as well as we possibly can. We've always tried to stay slightly ahead of the curve to keep us on the same path. And recent negotiations have resulted in unions being given anywhere between 4 and 4.5% increase over the next 3 or 4 years, plus in some cases another 25 cents an hour. And I am thinking, despite the fact that the cost of living for the year was just under 2%, correct? That this may not be enough. I'd like us to stay kind of on track. Obviously, we're going to have to think about this again tomorrow based on where we stand with some of the things that, we've juggled around in the parking lot. But there's been some work done on what I sort of thought, okay, like even if we could come to 4%, that equals $88,800. So food for thought. It will be on discussion for tomorrow. I mean, obviously, it's a big ticket item that, we need to consider, and we haven't said anything about what that increase is, what's been included so far. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Berry.
Question, for the union negotiations, is that once every 4 years or every year that there is a negotiation?
No, it's once every 3 or 4 years for the following 3 or 4 years. I mean, so that there's been a little variation in the period of time, but so they're guaranteed 4.5% every year for the next 3 or 4 years.
4 upon 4 upon 4?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, plus 25 cents an hour in addition, and they, for some reason or other, insisted on that. And I don't know what that equals in a, increase by the hour, really. Well, I guess it's 25 cents an hour. But, for the total impact. Councillor Berry.
Currently in the budget, it's at 2%?
Yeah.
And last year we gave 5?
6. An average for the last 5 years is a 2. Or approximately.
Average across the county or?
No, for us. Councillor Richards,
Can you tell me what it was the last 2 years?
the last,
The increase the last 2 years? I think it was 6 and it was,
2.5,
6
2,
last year.
1.5.
so it was 6 last year and 2.5 the year before.
I believe so. Memory serves.
The largest in a while.
And sorry,
Based on the cost of living.
and what was the cost of living in the last 2 years? I know last year it was 6.9 and the year before it was.
It was about what we gave. So
It
2.5.
was straight on or we were just under?
Pretty
And
close.
there have been years, when we've just given 1%. So I just kind of, maybe be fair because the union negotiations go for a period of number of years to look at, okay, so what was our average for, or, in or about for the last 5 years? Councillor Shortreed.
And just food for thought for everybody, we don't have the option of doing any type of bonus or other than a turkey. We have no other option for staff other than their annual raise, whereas corporations will give incentive pays or bonuses. So just food for thought.
Councillor Berry,
This is not meant to
you're not,
this is not meant to be a can of worms, but there's a
But-
big difference between 4% at upper management and 4% at lower
we can't.
contract work. It's across the board.
Yeah. We can't go there.
No.
I mean, the value of work is, not the value, I mean, everybody's work is of considerable value, but the level of responsibility is a lot different, and the higher up in the hierarchy you get. It's just not somewhere we can go. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, you can't say, well, you're gonna get, 5% increase, but you who, works like crazy are only gonna get 2% or 1%. And keep in mind that there is a difference in what they're allowed to accumulate for overtime and what senior management are allowed to accumulate. There's different levels there. So I think that it's really hard to go there. You'd have a hell of a time figuring it out. Anyway, I just want you to think about that. That's one of the things that we need to touch on tomorrow, as well as some recreation will keep us going for quite some time. And I think that we all agreed that we could probably keep completely sane until about 3 o'clock, and it's now past 3. So thank you to you all for your input and your comments, and thank you all for your patience. I'm sure it's been a riveting discussion for you all to listen to. So I guess there's no new, just we need a mover and a seconder for a confirmatory bylaw. Councillors Berry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved by law 2025-21, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings the council held during its February 27th, 2025 special meeting, be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. A motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Berry, be it resolved the special meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:11 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, one and all.